Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Give me just a second. I'm finishing up last posts for social media, and we'll get the stream started. But my social media is not wanting to work with me, so it's gonna be a minute here before we really get started. And we're gonna get started on a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Alright. Which one's for destructive hail? 3? I actually have it structured properly. Decently surprised that this is actually structured correctly. Good morning, good afternoon. Good evening. We're not starting on our typical stream. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm for parts of in your dark yellow, pretty well black on screen right now. That is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 2.75 inch hail, which is baseball sized. So we got baseball sized hail falling at this time in parts of the area. Today is April 14th, 2026. If you're watching this after the fact, if not, I'd like to welcome you in for long-term coverage. This is about probably till midnight, 1 o'clock. We also have a chance I go out storm chasing, so I want to point that out there to you guys. So we're also watching the tornado potential in this area with a lot of these storms. As we go to my Oklahoma radar here, this is growing upscale rather very quickly. So I don't think the tornado threat down here fully happens. I think it's grown upscale too quickly. And we're watching a portion here in Ohio with a severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit of rotation in it too. So this is another storm we're going to be watching extremely closely today. I am also in the threat for today, so that's going to be something interesting. Alright, let's go to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we have downgraded. Back, the storm had a very intense hail core near Black Earth with 75 dBz, but it has weakened significantly. So I'm going to go ahead and switch us over here to considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I say that and we get the new destructive, so I guess not. Would be ARCS radar, where we do have an indication of 3-inch hail with this cell here. I mean, a massive hail. Again, it is not a Kelly Rose stream if we forget our drawing tool. Sup, Camden? So you can see we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings showing up from a line today, which we're going to get all that for you guys today. So this is a very expansive hail core. wrong color. So, no. And this area here. So, this is where your biggest hail is, and we are going to go from this into a tornado warning for portions of Iowa. We're kicking this stream off. Active. Alright, let's go to that tornado warning. Wait. I know I have a Davenport radar. DVN. Okay, I guess not. So this is going to our DVN radar. Trying to see which radar we want to use for this. So please excuse me real quick. Probably Des Moines. Nope. Quad Cities. Is there a radar closer that I'm just not seeing? Definitely not in the best radar coverage, but we're going to do our best here. Where your tornadic rotation is right now, along with this storm moving towards Independent, Winthrop. Let's go ahead and start getting our storm tracks here. Independence in about 10 minutes. You guys got 10 minutes to be in your tornado safe place. Masonville, you have around 30 minutes, and Winthrop, you have approximately 25 minutes. All of these storms have tornado potential, especially your stronger ones that can dominate the environment. With this, I want to bring us to... I want to bring us to the... tornado threat today, where we do have the potential for intense tornadoes. Sorry. Okay. Categorical. So we are going to go take a look here at the tornado probs and the hail probs. Alright, here you guys go. We're watching two areas, so let's go ahead and go to our northern one here. In this area, your orange is where we're expecting the worst weather, with your tornado threat extending from Des Moines, Iowa to Milwaukee and even into Chicago. The second outline you see right here, so you see two outlines. This is a SIG 2 outline here. So this means we could see EF3 tornadoes in this area. We've seen EF3s in your SIG 1 hatching, which is the one you see surrounding. I'm also watching parts of Oklahoma. That's why I'm looking at my phone a lot. I'm watching some potential rotation on that. But, okay. And as we go zoom out just a little bit, we see this 5% from Detroit, Indianapolis, Des Moines, towards Oshkosh and Sheboygan. Going south, we have this expansive 5% from Okmulgee to Fairview, Tulaga, on south towards Haskell, Guthrie, Dickens, Texas, all the way to Wichita, Burlington, Kansas. This does include the Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, and Tulsa metros. This does not mean a tornado is guaranteed. We're watching this area right now. But as we go to our wind threat, which I do believe would be your primary threat in this area, we see that expansive 30% risk in your red, extending from Burlington, Wichita, down towards Lawton, close to Frederick, Oklahoma. This does include Oklahoma City Metro. And as we go north, these storms congeal more into a line. We'll see that wind threat on your midwestern part of it from Sheboygan, Oshkosh, Milwaukee, Kenosha, parts of Chicago even, towards Fort Wayne, Indiana, Detroit, Michigan, and these areas. Moving to our hail threats, as these storms are still supercells in this area, you have the potential for 3.5-inch hail, which is what we're seeing right now in parts of these areas. You just saw that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. But these supercells have the potential to put down monster hail today in this area here, from Waterloo all the way to Milwaukee. And you can see that 30%, which is encompassed by at least destructive hail, 2.75-inch hail or greater. So this scale only goes to 2 categoricals. You have your conditional intensity group 1 and your intensity group 2. Intensity group 2 is the one we highlighted for 3.5-inch hail. Moving south, we have the same thing from pretty much Wichita Falls, Cromwell, Quanah, Vernon, Texas, to South Wichita, Winfield, Kansas, to West Tulsa area, Stillwater, Pawnee, Oklahoma City. This does also include the Oklahoma City metro. We do not want to leave out the areas up here for wind. I do believe this area sees more of a wind threat. So, there is the SPC outlook. So we're watching this out, and it's got tight rotation over Independence almost. It's just going to go to the north. Let's get to the storm where I'm watching closely for a potential tornado near Randlett. Very weak, very unorganized, but still the potential is there. The low-level jet kicks in about an hour in this area, so we're going to be watching it really, really closely for the potential of a tornado. I'll show my personal forecast in just a second. Let's go to the Des Moines. No, I want to go ARX radar. Where we have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And we're watching this area. It's starting to form off a hook. We're going to be watching this as well for the potential of a tornado. I think you'll see it kind of organized somewhere in this area here. I think that's where you start seeing it really, really organized in that area. So I'm definitely watching out if I'm in Ontario, Mount Tabor, Valley, Hillsborough, and Elroy towards Union Center and a little bit to the south for this destructive storm. Your hail, we still have, they have downgraded this to a considerable storm. Westby really got nailed with at least 2.5-inch hail. Someone is reporting a rotating wall cloud on the cell we just mentioned down in Oklahoma. So let's go to that tornado warning because we haven't really been covering it too much here. While I pull up my personal forecast, these are going to be smaller images because I was using a computer that's not really mine, but I was at school to make this forecast. If you want a very detailed analysis, I would suggest going to my Facebook, Kelly Rose WX, where you will get a very detailed analysis on these storms. I'm not going to give you guys the wide view. I'm going to give you guys the... I'm going to give you guys the information you need. So we're still watching this tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning active at this time. So someone is reporting a rotating wall cloud on the storm I was just talking about. So we're watching this area, and it's really starting to wrap up here. We're looking about 8,000 feet in the air for this storm, and we're going to be moving in to better here. We're looking at 7,000 feet, and as time goes, we'll move better. We'll move into the better area. And it's become a little bit more unorganized. Okay. Here's my southern mode convective here. Again, you see that elevated orange. I use a different wording than the Storm Prediction Center. In this area, extending from almost to Wichita Imperia on to the north. With, I do believe, we could see a few tornadoes in that yellow area, which I personally have a 10% tornado risk in that area. While the wind, the hail risk here, so this is your hail risk, I do see that 3.5-inch hail, making it more towards Oklahoma City. If you can see the, storms not grow so upscale in that area. And this is where I have our primary threat of wind and possible 75-mile-per-hour wind. But you see that from Lawton all the way to Imperia, Kansas. And then as we move, I personally have a moderate, this is my forecast, this is not the Storm Prediction Center. I have a moderate risk in this area here for the potential of tornadoes, which can be shown here with this area in red, that 15% significant tornado threat of EF3s. I do think we will see a few EF3s today, which is why I have that highlighted for double hatching. And the SPC did consider the moderate risk, but didn't. This is your hail risk, in my opinion, in this area. I'm not giving too much detail because I just did that. But from Madison to Burke all the way to Milwaukee, and then it transitions more from Muskegon, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, where I'm tempted to cut that back, though, tonight. I'm tempted to cut that back to the middle of Lake Michigan. And then our wind threat is after you get past the Lake Michigan area. But I do have that 30% encompassing this whole area for the 60 mile per hour wind gust potential. And then this whole area could see 75 mile per hour winds at certain times, especially when your downdraft does its thing. But there you go. That is that. And we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to move to that really quickly. And we do have a hook, but it's not rotating at this time. So we're watching this for the potential of hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Currently your hail isn't too expansive, but I will say I will say you have the potential in this area for a 2-inch hail, which is what we're going to be watching. 2.5-inch hail, or baseball-sized hail, so 2.75. Excuse me. Let's move to that tornado warning. Then we're going to go to Oklahoma. Which one did I say I was using? Des Moines. No, not Des Moines. Davenport. Quad Cities here. We're starting to see another storm encroach behind it. So this storm, I do believe we see a merger. We have multiple. This storm is moving to your tornado portion, and that's moving there, while this storm is moving this way. So I do think we see a storm merger, which may strengthen tornado genesis and raise our probability for torgen, or it completely kills the tornado threat from that. Alright, let's move down to Oklahoma to the Frederick radar, where we're watching this area here, and after this we will go into your tornado watch, because we do have multiple tornado watches in effect. We're also going to watch this storm here, considerable as well. Any storm after 6 o'clock in this area that can remain discrete, new severe thunderstorm warning for Elk City. So with this one, not seeing a lot of rotation with it at this time. 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds is likely in this area. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the tornado watches. So we're going to see, okay, what areas are we looking at in this tornado watch? I am going to remove severe warnings. That way if we have less distractions here. We're going to start with our more northern one. And it's not showing up. Okay. We're going to start with the southern tornado watch. Alright, so we're watching this tornado. We have this pink area that is currently your tornado watch from Seymour, Archer City, Wichita Falls, Quanah, Cromwell, Vernon, Texas, Hollis, Mangum, Holbert, New Cordell, Oklahoma City, Norman, Shawnee, Purcell, Pauls Valley, Chickasha, Chandler, Cushing, Guthrie, Kingfisher, Watonga, Fairview, Enid, Cherokee, Medford, Ponca City, Newkirk, Bartlesville, West Tulsa Metro, not including Tulsa County, and Oklahoma. We have a tornado watch somewhere up here, but that's not loading. So this is your new severe thunderstorm warning here. 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind. Alright, let's move to your tornado warning. Then we are going to have to move back. We're looking so high up, I can't say for sure if we have a tornado. But that's kind of what I'm feeling like right now. We may have a tornado on the ground. Which, storm interactions are a big play today, in my opinion. The more storm interactions you have, the crazier it could be. We also have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which we're going to go take a look at through the Milwaukee radar. Which we are seeing, and it is rotating. That is your greatest hail place right there, and you might be asking, why am I highlighting the green area? In a tornadic cell, especially when the RFD is wrapping, you'll see in your hook that hail. And we do have a report, a confirmed report, 3-inch hail in this area. But when you have intense updrafts like this, you see that hail getting kicked out further south. So you can see softballs in virtually no dBz of rain. You can be out kind of outside the storm. And if you got any wind, downdraft, something like that, it could bring that hail into that area. And then if your hail if you have enough wind with the updraft and it brings it kind of more south, that's why I highlight those areas. And we do have a confirmed report of 3-inch hail, and we do have it tornado warned. I don't see it. I'm thinking we're having side lobe contam. But that's your new tornado warning on this destructive cell. So Madison, Maple Bluff, Monona, and Sun Prairie, you need to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place right now as this cell is moving up towards you. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on your rotation. Oh, there we go. It's kind of fixing itself. And we have a new extension tornado warning, so we're going to go to that here in just a minute. This is going to be moving north of Lake Mills. Maple Bluff, you are currently being impacted now. You no longer have time to wait. You need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Alright, I want to go north to ARX radar. Then we'll go to that new tornado warning. I do expect a tornado warning shortly for this storm. Alright, let's go to that new tornado warning. We also have a final cloud report. Lowering very close to ground with wrapping rain bands, wrapping around very fast. I'm able to confirm ground circulation, but it is very possible. Alright, let's move to Quad City radar. It would not surprise me if we have a tornado heading towards Masonville. I'm not 100% sold on your tornado risk, but we are going to be watching that really closely today. I am moving my radar back south where I do believe we may see a tornado. The tornado potential will really start ramping up here soon. Alright. Let's get to the Frederick radar just really quickly. Just really briefly. If this storm can get attacked together, I do think you'll see that tornado warning probably closer to Fernan or Electra, um, Texas. Alright, let's move back to this tornado warning, where we now have Manchester, Dyersville, West Dyersville, Delhi, Earlville, Masonville, Dundee, Greeley, and Oneida under this new tornado warning. Where looking about 6,000 feet in the air, I do have mild confidence we have a tornado on the ground doing damage. Mild confidence. That does not mean I am confirming, that means I just have a little bit of confidence that there is. Alright. Velocities are broke. Alright, let's go back to ARX radar, where we have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. With your destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, this one's trying to go. With these destructives, it's going to be a little bit harder to call them out quicker than tornadoes, because I'm looking for your tornado threat. Your hail threat is a real concern today, so we're trying to pay attention to that as well. But right now, this is what we're paying attention to. And I'm trying to get all information on these cells, because you have to have a very strong updraft, and the storm itself is going to be rotating. This is a supercell. It may not be a tornadic supercell, but it is a supercell. I do have my NOAA weather radio. They have downgraded this one, but I still think we may see a tornado warning on it. Alright, let's move to this tornado warning here. We're watching these areas. Let's go. We're watching this really closely. This cell, which is behind the boundaries, so that's definitely not going to tornado. We also have walnut-sized hail report here on the Thalia storm. Right, let's move back to this tornado warning. We also have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which we'll take a look at in just a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a tornado ongoing heading towards Masonville. Alright, let's take a look. We have this new destructive severe thunderstorm warning, including Lake Mills, Watertown, Hustisford, Iron Ridge. Currently, we're probably currently in a county warning area. So we're watching this really closely. Alright, let's move this. We're also watching this really closely. I do expect a tornado warning there. And this one. I do expect a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there soon. But Alright, let's get to the Storm Prediction Center. Oh, yeah, so, they think an EF4 is possible in this area. So, from La Crosse area. That is, not what I was anticipating today. That's definitely, I definitely don't have good props. And there's your mesoscale discussion, by the way, on that storm. Currently outflow dominant, though. But let's go to Devonport, to this tornado warning here, where I do believe we had a brief tornado in a portion of this area. I'm also watching my personal location. Um, oh, thank you, HRRR. How long has that trend been going? Oh! Terrified. Okay, do we have any DAOs going right now? I think we have a few DAOs. Let me pull up my Discord. I can see if we have Doppler on wheels scanning today. So we're going to be watching this really, really closely. I do think we have a tornado. It wouldn't surprise me if it's on the ground right now, doing damage. Excuse me. Yeah, we have a tornado on the ground in Masonville. That does not surprise me at all. So, we do have a reported tornado, though, in Fernmore, which definitely falls in line with what I have had thoughts about. Today. I was calling that just out a little bit ago. We don't have a tornado confirmed on that one. We do have one in Fernmore. ARX radar. And it will be storm chaser confirmed, or at least public confirmed. Okay, I'm not going to be able to pull up Dow, but I'm pretty sure we have. They did just confirm that tornado, which we were talking about not too long ago, in this area. So let's get to the Masonville storm, where we do officially have law enforcement confirmed tornado. This is moving to the east at 30, so let's go ahead and get a storm track on this. This is in Masonville right now. I found the loss for words. Heading towards Manchester in 15 minutes, Delaware in less than 30, Earlville in about 32 minutes. You guys don't take this lightly. Any storm in this area, I mean, any storm in this area, and even to the south, but for sake of this area, can produce strong, if not intense, to possibly violent tornadoes today. I'm not ruling out the violent tornado threat. So we do have 2 ongoing tornadoes. Alright, let's go to ARX radar, which is the Fernmore, which is where we do have a ongoing tornado. Moving to the east, out of the warning in about 31 minutes. Alright, I do want to quickly take us to Oklahoma, where we have rotations really starting to pick up here, as the low-level jets just starting to kick in. Watching this cell really closely as well, and this cell too, but that cell's not a concern at this second. So those are the cells we're watching. Alright, let's get to the Milwaukee radar, where we're tracking these 2 destructive storms. So we have 2 independent storms. I'm surprised we haven't really seen a merger. This one's rotation has kind of died pretty significantly, but I am going to go ahead and call out your hail. These areas that I'm circling are in the hail right now, and then this is where that hailstorm is moving at this time. So we're still watching these destructive, highly destructive storms today. And this is a big concern for the area. Alright, let's get to our Masonville radar, where we have a ongoing tornado heading towards Manchester, which may be South Manchester. So even up towards Dundee, you need to be in a safe place. Greeley, still be in your safe place, because we're watching this really closely. And even though your storm may not directly have It may not be coming directly to you. I butchered that hard. We have new mesoscale discussion. So it looks like Oklahoma's going to fail. Sorry. We're now down to these 3 tornado warnings in this area. Alright, let's go back to ARX radar. We do have a confirmed tornado, which I don't think is on the ground anymore. It definitely didn't surprise me that that was on the ground, but we are seeing it merging with this other cell, which I do think enhances tornado genesis. I'm also watching to the south of Bloomington, where we have that tornado threat is still there. Anywhere in this area, even here. Oh. That might be getting tornado warned here shortly. Hello, tornado warning. That I was just talking about. I literally just said I anticipate a tornado warning, and this is not scripted at all. If you guys are wondering, I'm listening to music. Let me turn it down so you guys can see. I'm actually listening to music because that's what I listen to during streams. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they do have that on the ground. And I think I was calling this storm out not too long ago. Hey, this is the one that's mesoscale discussion. Oh, this is the mesoscale discussion one, I'm pretty sure. Also watching this storm to the north of it, near Warren, north of Warren, Melrose. Yeah. Yeah. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Strong tornado on the ground. Strong tornado. I'm gonna go ahead and trigger now. I expect a PDS tornado warning. Very strong tornado. So I'm going to go ahead and trigger my personal PDS. You don't see this often. When I trigger these are very obviously strong. And I do expect the NWS to go strong. This is a tornado signature you don't see too often. So, this is what we're going to be watching. And this is the concern today. Union Center, you needed to be in your safe place yesterday. I'm sorry, that warning was just issued. But I've been talking, this needs a tornado warning for a few now. This is a mesoscale discussion for the potential to be violent. And yes, violent is EF4, 170 mile per hour plus. This area just concerns me. And yes, we're not going to be forgetting about these cells. I'm personally concerned, in my opinion, this area for the potential for intense to maybe violent tornadoes. You know, this is a very intense area. Violent, Oh my god. Violent tornado. I know I usually don't say violent. Violent tornado. Oh my god. I would not be surprised. I have not seen deep enough to make this color right here in a very, very long time. This is for sure a PDS tornado warning. I don't know where the PDS is at right now. It needs to go ahead and be typed up. But this is a violent, at least EF3. I don't typically pre-rate, but I want to point out this is an intense tornado. And so we're watching this extremely closely. I'd like to point out we have a bounded weak kicker region. So we're going to be watching this really, really closely. We're going to wait on the new scan to come in. It wouldn't surprise me if they jump straight to Tori. Okay, there you go, PDS. I do want to point out, we still have other terrain warnings we're going to worry about. This one, again, is going under that merger that I have been talking about for a while now. Here you go. Here's the PDS. Intense tornado. So this is the first particularly dangerous situation of the day. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Definitely not as strong as it once was, but we're still watching it extremely closely. Oxford, you're in the path of this if it can continue. Alright, let's go back to our Milwaukee radar. Where we have, and I do expect an extension tornado warning for this cell near Marshall. And there you go, there's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Alright, we're going to be focusing more here on this tornado warning here. Oh my gosh, that is a big time. That is a big debris cloud. Debris. The correlation coefficient drop. That is a big. That is a big. So this is the second highest tornado warning you can see from the National Weather Service. We're about to go back to Oklahoma just briefly. These are growing upscale way too quickly. Also now, oh, whoa! Sorry. This is heading towards me, by the way. I just want to point this out. I am scared I do storm chase a lot, so you will probably see me activate storm mode tonight. Alright, I'm gonna go, because I do have family, a lot of family in this area. So, we're gonna go over all of our tornado warnings in just a second. Give me about 3 minutes, because we do have a cell heading towards us that I really want to be aware of. I do have my weather radio, so we will most likely hear that go off. Sorry about that, everyone. So I have one of these, which I can talk to my whole house. Amazing. So that is your tornadic debris signature right here, which is indicated in this area. This is debris. Trees, parts of houses, cars, a lot of leaves, things like that, that shouldn't be in the sky, and it's non-meteorological. Correlation coefficient, you've probably learned this in school. -1, 1. -1 is not, well, we're going to go 0 for this instance. 0 for not correlated at all. So you have a lot of raindrops and stuff in the atmosphere. They are going to issue a new PDS tornado warning for the Linden Station to White Creek. Sorry about that, everyone. Alright, let's go. We have an observed tornado for this area here. We also have a new tornado warning down here, and again, we're watching all of these areas today for the potential of a tornado or two. Again, we're still watching this. We're watching this area as well. Alright, let's go back to Oklahoma. New tornado warning in Wisconsin. Looks like it is going to be observed. That's your new tornado warning, by the way. So let's move to Okay, we have downgraded from PDS to confirmed. I'm not sure if I 100% agree. We have large hail coming from this. This is rain wrap to big time rain wrap to here. We're also watching this cell here. I just want to draw. The tornado is lifting. I pretty much expect it to be right above north, that warm front that we're watching really, really closely. Just because it's not PDS, by the way. Again, a Viotorch, in my opinion, just occurred on this. Alright, let's move here where I'm kind of scared for what this is. And let's go ahead and move to the Frederick radar, which we have been monitoring this really closely. I'm watching this. I'm watching this cell really closely. I'm watching this cell too. That low-level jet is starting to kick in here, and as that low-level jet kicks in, you see more spin. And these storms screw up scale really, really quickly. I think if you can get a discrete supercell, we're going to be close to the radar, but I do want to point out but that is a very scary view. So we are also watching this here too. These are going to be moving into the Milwaukee Metro. This is a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This tornado warning can be allowed to expire. It expires in 4 minutes. Maple Bluff, Cotton Grove. Anyone in this tornado warning can go ahead and leave their tornado safe place. Let's move back to where we had that strong tornado. It does not appear to be on the ground. We still, it might be still on the ground. I'm not 100%. And then as we go to the Cobb storm, we're watching this closely too in this area. I do expect you see the extension on that warning, by the way. This, it no longer appears to me, which we're going to take a look at the Quad Cities radar, because we do have this tornado warning, which we have been ignoring. I don't see your tornado currently. I think it's going to be really shrouded in rain if it is. We're also watching this to the south, as it could start rotating and produce a tornado. Any cell today can produce a tornado, intense to possibly violent tornadoes at that. We're not and okay, there's your new tornado warning, by the way. Dodgeville. I'm gonna go ARX radar. So I'm also watching my location like really closely today. Excuse me. So we're watching this. Let's go to the Milwaukee, where we finally do not have an observed tornado. So we're gonna go through about everything. I'm watching this. A lot of hail, and I do expect the considerable severe thunderstorm warning here to be upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here soon in parts of these areas. There we go. There is your tornado warning. We're going to have a heavy focus on this. We will be dual screening it here pretty soon. We're going to get a very detailed forecast. So we're watching that really closely. So we're still watching this area extremely, extremely closely. So this is going to be shrouded in rain, by the way. Really, really concerning. I am scared for what we're seeing in this storm. Alright, let's move to our tornado warning. Here, we still have tornadic rotation over multiple areas. So we're watching this really closely. I do not expect an extension. I do not expect an extension tornado warning on this area. Alright, let's move to Oklahoma again. We're watching all these cells today as they do have the potential to drop tornadoes. And these are going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to see much, especially on that northern mode. We're watching this area. So let's go to Iowa. This cell here, so Davenport. Quad Cities. And there's your tornado warning. I was actually about to say this area needs to be watched really closely. I'm terrified it might drop a tornado. And here we are. This is that tornado warning for this area. And we're starting to see that 15% really possibly narrow in. But let's move. We're watching this area and it's not too intense at this time, but we are watching it really, really closely. What radar am I trying to get across? Yes. So I'm watching this cell here near Warrens. There's also a cell down here near Wisconsin Dells, which we're watching too. We're watching this near Viroqua. Sorry. I'm used to playing Twisted. That is what we're watching really, really closely here. There are so many areas in this location. Let's move to Oklahoma. We have a new tornado warning, which we'll get to in just a second. We're watching these areas really closely. And this area here, too. Alright, let's move to a new tornado warning, by the way. Let's go to that. So let's go to that. Lacrosse. There's your tornado warning. Let's go to Milwaukee, where we are going to start really, really toning in. So from this point on, there. So this is what we're going to be paying attention to a lot more. Sorry, guys. So here we go. We are going to leave this screen here while we do go through other storms here because of the potential impacts in the area down there. We are going to go ahead and bring the screen in. I do not know if we see a tornado on the ground with this one. We're watching this closely. So we're watching this area too, like really, really closely. Probably around 7:30, I'm gonna make my own forecast. It will not be detailed at all, but I am trying to make forecasts, and I have a tool to make them easier now. The hail with this is going to be destructive as well. I do want to point out that these storms here have grown upscale, and currently your tornado threat is still low. However, as that low-level jet really starts ramping up, and it is starting to ramp up, we'll see that tornado threat really spike, in my opinion. And your current tornado watch is in part of this area, so we have so many radars, I'm having a difficult time getting to each radar. We're going to have to switch to Milwaukee on this one. There's your other tornado warning, which I have been waiting on. Wisconsin Dells, you're still under that tornado warning. However, they did add the tornado warning to your north just a little bit because we are also tracking some severe thunderstorms. We're not going to do a deep analysis in this area. think we can remove Des Moines, Iowa radar. I'm curious. Ooh. We're gonna watch this view. We do have some rotation, specifically right in this area, where you see that heavy purple. And I like these radars more, so we're gonna keep that one there. We're also watching the Quad Cities radar with this storm, and it's just not looking too good. So I'm gonna go take a look at mesoanalysis. The SBC is really knocking down localized mesoscale discussions. So we're watching this area too. I do expect that tomorrow morning to be canceled. I'm not seeing anything too crazy with it. Alright, let's move to ARX radar, which again is in this area. They have a new mesoscale discussion here on this. This one's trying to wrap up, so I do expect a tornado on that. This one, well, honestly kind of died. I'm going to watch this area near Warrens as well. And we're going to watch this cell for the potential of a tornado. Let's move here to Milwaukee. And this is what you guys are seeing below me, so we're not going to keep the screen on too much. But we're going to watch this cell here, because I do think it is trying to wrap up to tornado. Near Briggsville. So we're watching this really, really closely. Let's go down here to this area where we're still watching the potential for tornadoes. However, things have grown upscale quicker and quickly. This, if it can maintain, probably towards Velma, Purnell, you might see a tornado potential on it if it can continue that way. But just Oklahoma's not really doing Oklahoma. Hopefully this waits to tornado genesis until after I want to go to Milwaukee radar. On this cell, I do expect them to drop the tornado warning, in my opinion. So let's move to the Quad Cities radar, which is for this cell. We're seeing it, in my opinion, right now, kind of more, more outflowy in a way. It's not entirely outflow, but I'm not seeing the tornado potential with that as I once was. And then moving just to the south, where we have this storm, which I do not expect the extension tornado warning. So we're going to be down to probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings here in just a few minutes. Oh, they may keep that tornado warning there. We are going to go to Milwaukee and go straight here. So we are going to go ahead and kind of keep zoom on this. We're going to watch this area really, really closely. Well, I check weather model. Kind of for personal. Oh! Sorry. That is terrifying. This storm, the destructive hail. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so, I do expect to chase today. I'll be right back. Never mind. So we're watching all of these cells closely today. Not all of them will drop tornadoes. A lot of them will. Flash flood warning in this area. I just kind of want to point out, in your flooding area, kind of just training storms. I do have a probable storm chase tonight. So I kind of expect to be expanded into a tornado watch, or at least a severe thunderstorm watch as time goes. So I will be watching my area closely as well. On top of this cell here. Alright, let's back to continual coverage for now. This is the area that I really have in that 15. I really have it coming from Crawford, Richland, Sauk, Columbia, Dodge counties on to Rockford. Evolution is kind of as I anticipated. It may not quite verify as 15, but I do think we see that. Alright, I'm going to go take a restroom break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Because I got to do something other than the restroom as well. But I'll be back. There's that mesoscale discussion for the potential for EF4s, by the way. This is what we were concerned about. Tornado, North Milwaukee. Sorry, it took me a little bit longer than I thought. Tornado in Milwaukee. Oh my god. This is a confirmed, if not significant, tornado here. Heading right into a very populated area. Um, uh, um, there we go. Observed tornado. This is what we have been afraid of. Thankfully, it is relatively weak at this time. This is going to take our whole focus. Excuse me. We're watching this. So we're waiting on another radar scan. Let's take a look at it from the tower. You'll see it right there. That's where your tornado is. It's just north of Sussex. Well, this has a difficult time. Don't see a debris signature anymore. So, this was a short-lived tornado. Which is extremely good. But this is what we have been worried about for a while here, and I do not know if it wraps up again to drop another tornado. That is in the realm of possibilities today. So again, we're watching that new area. I think we're going to have a new area here of rotation. Excuse me, for portion of this cell. And we have just a ton of tornado warnings. We're going to go over them, but first, let's go to here where we're watching. where this is growing upscale quickly. Watching this cell as well for a possible tornado. Tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning. And we're watching that cell there too. And it's going to be getting close to setting my weather radio off. I do want to mention that it is going to be close to setting my weather radio off, probably in like 2 warnings. Probably in 3 warnings I'll be chasing. 4 warnings, 5 warnings, something. Alright, let's go over all the tornado warnings, including this tornado warning. Well, my phone just... So we're watching that. There it is. There, all of downtown Milwaukee is now under a tornado warning. This is a tornado on the ground. Alright, let's go to ARX radar, which we're about to have to switch to Green Bay. Alright, let's go to our... We're seeing a new area of rotation right there. Alright. Import radar. So this is on the ground, storm chaser confirmed, near Onslow, northeast of Wyoming. So this is now, excuse me, this is also on the ground right now. We're also watching this really closely. We have that hook. We have a third hook here. This is photogenic tornado, probably all pretty well tornado of the year so far. And then we're watching this one to the south, very weak rotation, very broad. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a tornado as it heads up to Key West. I wouldn't be surprised if this storm plants down a tornado. It's really, really dangerous. Confirmed tornado on the ground, yeah. So, alright, I do want to go to the TWR. I wouldn't be surprised if it tries to plant near the Butler area, Butler, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee metro. I wouldn't be surprised. So we're looking lower that, so we're about, excuse me, 11,000 feet, 1,000. We're only looking at 650 feet off the air, off the ground. We don't have correlation coefficient, but we do have a hail report coming from a Jessica, penny-sized hail, on Spotter Network. Watching this area too, as we do have a reported funnel cloud lasting 20 seconds, Daniel Shaw. So that'd be on that weak funnel, lasted only about 20 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised to see this storm get considerable. I am watching this still as it tracks towards Pauls Valley for the potential of a tornado. Your tornado threat's still going to be low in that area. But we are going to go to Wisconsin. where we have an observed tornado for Monticello. Weather spotters confirm tornado. We're watching this as it starts to blow up. It is going to be a really dangerous cell. We're going to move this to... When we get to the edge of that tornado warning, we'll have a really good view on it. We have another report of tornado by Hunter Folks. So again, this is on the ground doing damage at this time. We are watching this really closely as we do have, again, as I said, Key West area to King, you know, you guys are under that 20, and then we have this confirmed tornado warning in this area.
Weather outlook.
Sorry. I wouldn't be surprised if this is still on the ground here. Alright, let's get to the Milwaukee storm, where we're watching really, really closely. And, well, this is still going to be a near destructive cell for the North Milwaukee Metro. This does include downtown Milwaukee. Tornado sirens are sounding right now in Milwaukee. We have another. I think there's a tornado. I just want to kind of, I don't know if you guys can see the tornado reports. Yeah, I think it's on the ground. I don't know. And we're also watching, again, this cell to the south. We have so many cells we're watching today. This area is just entering my, what I call my moderate risk, not the Storm Prediction Center, because the Storm Prediction Center doesn't have one. And we're watching this closely too. Alright, let's go to Milwaukee where we're watching this cell. You guys need to be in a safe place. This is just a terrifying look. If we can get this over Lake Michigan, we'll be fine. But that is the question. Can this get over Lake Michigan before dropping a tornado? We have 13 tornado warnings active in these areas. If I'm not calling out a specific tornado warning, you need to be grateful for that. We have a new tornado warning in Iowa, as noted. We're going to take a look at that really quickly. That is an extension on the Key West tornado. And we have a new tornado warning. So we have 2 new tornado warnings. Onslow, Wyoming, you're under a new tornado warning. So you guys are now under a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. So this tornado warning expires, your observed tornado warning. You have that new tornado warning on the cell to the behind it, which I was talking about saying, I think we could see some tornado potential in it. We're going to be watching that really closely now, as that just got tornado warned. And then watching this cell, which I'm surprised it didn't wrap up. I do expect them to say there was a tornado in this area in analysis. And so, again, that's your new tornado warning. We're watching this tornado that has been picking up dust. It may be dissipated at this time. We don't have any confirmation. Again, 9 tornado warnings active, however. Alright, let's go to... I want to see ARX. Is ARX going to do good for me? Monroe Center, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. I do expect a tornado warning with that now. Wow. I was going to go take a look at this, but, that's on the ground. That's going to be a possibly strong tornado. Alright. I keep forgetting. Green Bay. We're watching this. I do not think this tornado is on the ground anymore. But stay in your tornado safe place. If you are in these tornado warnings as well, this is our only observed tornado warning. This observed tornado warning goes for the next 28 minutes until 7:15. And this tornado warning goes until 7 p.m. Alright, let's go to Milwaukee here. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see that that might be on the ground. It is definitely going to be low to the ground, the wall cloud. I think this is dropping at this time, and we will know about it, because the debris, we're only looking 1,600 feet, so 1,658 feet above the storm, above the ground. So that will, any tornado, weak or not, will show up a debris cloud, because debris. And we're not seeing that at this time, but we are close. We also have a new tornado warning coming towards Madison here. And that is going to be this radar. And we have some rotation, I think, just to the south of the tornado warning, right on that border. So I do expect Mount Horeb to be put under a new tornado warning here shortly. But we're watching all these areas closely here. And we go south to Oklahoma. Watching these destructive storms. Fort Wayne, Indiana is being moved to Oklahoma. While that loads up, let's go here to the tower. I don't see the tornado being on the ground as much, but this is going to be really interesting. I'm going to move to TLX radar as well. I want view on these cells because these cells can produce tornadoes. Also, that mesoscale discussion is a heart. A little bit of rotation, nothing too crazy. Alright, let's move back to our main Milwaukee radar. It's really starting to fizzle out, which is really good. We have some rotation right on brown deer, which we're going to be watching as this cell moves offshore. Here, probably in the next 10, 15 minutes, we'll see this offshore and that tornado warning to expire. But we have 9 tornado warnings in this area, 1 observed. As we go back here to our observed tornado warning, which I no longer think is observed. See if we can get that straightened out. Okay. Good. That's your tornadic rotation. You have a little bit of rotation there. That back rotation is clear air. That's why you always, why I always confirm with reflectivity if we're seeing the tornado. Sorry about that. Let's get a Milwaukee storm. So we have this new mesoscale discussion. Let's go ahead and take a look at it through the Storm Prediction Center. Probably around 6:15, 7:15, I'm going to go ahead and update my personal forecast, which will kind of, I think, keep the moderate risk. That one's going to be really hard to really say for sure. So we're watching this area for EF3 to EF4 tornado potential. This is what we're looking at. Baseball sized hail to golf ball to softball sized hail is possible in this area as well. So we are watching that closely as well. So, we're watching all of these tornado warnings. Let's get to the Davenport radar. We're trying our best to keep up to all of these tornado warnings. This is concerning me. We see this merge. One of two things can happen. The storm just dies, or we see a monster tornado. That's my thoughts right as of now. And I'm also looking at my personal location for the potential of a severe thunderstorm or maybe tornado. Miraculous if I can pull off a tornado, but we're not going to talk about that. To point out that this grows upscale rather quickly. In my opinion. Probably around 7:10 I'll start working on that forecast because I have to do the wind, tornado, hail. And that's the most important thing. I'm not going to add my 10% tornado risk in Oklahoma. I think I'm going to drop it, honestly, to 2. Either a 5 or a 2. And then I think I keep the moderate risk in this area, but kind of focus it in this area here. Honestly, that'd probably be where I go with it there. We could still see that intense to violent tornado as well. Alright, let's go back to the north where we're going to have to get a Green Bay radar. Have a lot of radars in this area. Watching the tornado potential with this. This storm looks horrible. I think they canceled the tornado warning. Oklahoma. So I'm trying to figure something out about my thing. Okay, that answered my question. But we're watching this whole area with Green Bay radar too. This might be where we see tornado potential right in that area. But let's go to Milwaukee, which we are watching. Your rotation is now offshore, but still a considerable storm. So you want to be indoors. Even though you're not directly under a tornado warning, you're still going to want to be indoors. And so we're watching all of these areas as well. I'm personally watching my local area, but that's another issue. So, I'm gonna go ahead and forget that tornado warning. This storm looks messy, so I'm gonna forget that one. I think dropping the 15 will do. It's one of those challenges in forecasting. What do I think will occur? We definitely have a lot of reports. Excuse me. Alright. They should be canceling that tour warning. Alright, let's go to Davenport radar. Or the Quad Cities radar, excuse me. On these two cells, which I think this back one is trying to get its act together a little bit more than that northern one. So, again, my music just quits playing. Okay, cool. I'm gonna check up on the cells in South Oklahoma. They've grown upscale rather quickly, so. As your low-level jet ramps up, though, I do expect to see that tornado threat kind of kick in, but nothing on the ground at this time. I'm going to go ahead and remove the observe tag because I don't see it anymore. I really just don't. And then we're watching this really just dying off, and it's more clean air than anything in this area. So it's still a really good, excuse me, area. With tomorrow's tornado risk, I will have after this, I will be making my own risk for tomorrow. And then we turn our attention after tomorrow to Friday. Alright, let's they did cancel that tornado warning in Milwaukee. We're now down to 6 tornado warnings. This one's observed, personally, does not surprise me. I want to go weather-wise. So we do have this confirmed tornado. I do expect there to be a tornado off that here shortly. Part of my chasing territory was upgraded to a bigger tornado risk for tomorrow. So I will most likely be chasing right after school. I do have play practice, but so we're watching again. this area here, realistically. Alright, let's get on the Milwaukee radar. I do expect them to drop that tornado warning to bring us down to 4 tornado warnings. 4 or 5 tornado warnings here in the next few minutes. Definitely not confirmed, but definitely something to mention to watch for as well. We're watching all of these cells in this area. Right now, my best tornado probs is in this area here. So as this, as again, congeals into a line, your wind threat really does go up. I wonder how my forecast is going to verify. That's definitely going to be interesting to kind of see how my forecast verifies to, you know, other forecasts that I have done. Alright, let's get to Davenport. I'm really focusing on this area more. We do have special weather statement. I didn't think those were working. For this area, these cells are not. These cells are sloppy. In my opinion, they are like really sloppy. Alright, let's get to the Quad Cities area where we do see that extended tornado. Well, extended tornado warning towards Hanover in about 30 minutes as well. That'll be where that tornado is in about 30 minutes. We're watching the cell behind it, which we're starting to see them kind of combine. It's going to be really interesting to see, and I think this northern and southern one might combine as well. We also have a new tornado warning. Probably want to take a look at this on Milwaukee radar. Yeah, a lot easier to see it. That's your tornadic rotation. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on this here. In 15 minutes, it'll be out of that warning in this area. That is your tornadic rotation right there, though. I will be right back in about 45 seconds to a minute. I am extremely sorry about that, everyone. We're down to 4 tornado warnings. Again, I am really sorry about that. Everything in Oklahoma is really just growing upscale really quickly, so damaging one threat there. I am going to make my own forecast really quickly. So I'm probably going to be doing this more. And I am going to have to rely on radar for this one. So I'm going to weatherwise on my phone and do... That'll be my deciding factor. I think I lose complete confidence in the tornado risk in Oklahoma. So let's see. We want Davenport radar. We're watching this observed tornado warning move through the Bellevue area. So guys, right now I'm making the tornado outlook right now. I still think we see the potential for a Sig 2. So again, with this tornado warning here, we do expect to see more damaging wind than anything in this area. But the potential for a tornado is realistically there. Especially in that brown area where we're watching really closely. And then this cell looks like it's mostly dying. I think we don't even see... I am highly considering tornado threat in Oklahoma. No, keeping it at 2. 2% with the potential for strong tours. So we are now down to no observed tornado warnings, and we have 3 tornado warnings altogether. Certainly good news here. Now we move on to the hail. And so, again, we're watching these areas tonight. Excuse me, everyone. I still think we see a Sig 2 hail threat in this area, but I'm not overly confident anymore, so I'm going to keep it at Sig 1. And this is my personal opinion on these storms. As they move off to the east, your tornado threat is ramping down just a tad bit, but still going to be something to watch really closely. And then we don't have a slight risk yet in Oklahoma. Okay, I finished my hail outlook. I'm onto the wind. The tornado threat is just, in my opinion, low. Now I think we really move on to the wind threat. Which is where I think Detroit, your greatest severe threat is. Okay, so sorry I'm being quiet right now. I am making a forecast right now. Oklahoma definitely has me peaked. I think I keep it a so we're watching these two tornado warnings. These are our only two tornado warnings right now. That northern one will be canceled. We'll only have one tornado warning left. It is growing upscale quickly. I think I redo the 5% tornado risk in my opinion. Go ahead and sig 1 risk wind. I'm reconsidering my tornado probs in this area. Based off of surface analysis, things like that. I also need to extend the wind risk a little bit. So I'm going to have to redo all that. And we are now down to just one tornado warning. I think I had another wind risk. Actually, no, extend this one. Okay, so this is our only tornado warning. We will be back to good coverage in just a second. I just want to get this forecast done. Finalize it. Okay, so what we're looking at right now is this one tornado warning. Sorry, I've been quiet. This is the only tornado warning, and it is not currently significant. I personally think this right here is your best tornado probs right in here. Alright, that works good. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over here for you guys so you guys can see what my thoughts are on this. I do think they downgrade the tornado probs. This is the tornado threat in the area. I do think any tornado, and delete that. I am going to keep it at a Sig 1. This is your hail. I still have that 30% in that area. And then your wind risk, which I think is the primary factor here in that area there. And then as we go to the south, we're going to be expanded just a bit. We have that area, not even for tornadoes, but for the wind risk. And I forgot to sig the wind. My opinions. I can fix that. That's much better. Then I have a small corridor if you can have any sustained supercell. But that corridor is also, I'm actually going to kill that corridor. Just based off of latest thoughts. And I will add down here. Not even. You know what? Keep it like this. Just doesn't change much in the forecast. Alright, we got a little bit left to go and we will... So we're going to watch this area really, really closely, though. While I get this to Facebook. I want to do the northern mode first. Now, I do think the wind threat does take over in this area shortly. Which would be really good news. I didn't do the tornado. And we're almost done, by the way, guys, so... Okay. We're on the final stretch. But I do think that's what they do to it. And then after stream today, we will make that tornado prob. I do expect them to kind of cancel this tornado for right now. Okay, I got my forecast out there. Alright, so we're going to go back into coverage here. Sorry, I do a lot of that, and I try to focus on that, so it'll be a good forecast for you guys. So, okay, now that we start seeing this wind threat take over in this area, your tornado threat's going to go substantially down. But I still think if you can get anything to form off ahead of this area, and specifically in this area, you'll see a tornado. So I did include a 10% in this area, but nothing too crazy in my personal forecast. But we're going to wait on the SPC. We're probably going to end the stream around 10-11 p.m. I don't know yet. So we're watching that whole area in blue, I think, in my opinion, for the better tornado threat. I believe Oklahoma gets replaced. Then we have tomorrow to worry about as well in Oklahoma. So that it is something to put into consideration. But this is our only tornado warning, and I expect it to be canceled. And just like that, we are tornado warning lists, at least for now. Alright, let's go into the Milwaukee Metro. Here, we're starting to really see that line congeal. And we have that new mesoscale discussion, which let's go ahead and take a look at that here. This will be for a watch, 95%. I do expect it to be a tornado watch. Also, some of the wording in here does make me think of a severe thunderstorm watch for the area, which let me pull up here. I said, how long are we going to be tornado warning lists? By the way. So in this area here, it'll either be a severe thunderstorm watch, which with how high they have the tornado peak intensity, I can see a tornado watch. Alright, let's get to this tornado warning, which will be an extension of that tornado warning that was just canceled. So I need the Quad Cities radar. It would not surprise me if this tries to touch down, but that's your tornadic rotation right there. Let's gonna get a storm track on it. Freeport in 15 minutes. So you guys got 15 minutes. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions now. Don't wait till you see or hear. This is going to be a rain-wrapped mess. You're not going to see it if you are in the path. And it is becoming nighttime in this area. So the odds of you seeing the tornado before it occurs is highly unlikely. Even for storm chasers, to see it, it would definitely be a surprise. So let's go down to Oklahoma. We haven't Oklahomaed in a little bit. These are the main areas we're watching. Honestly, Oklahoma didn't do what we thought. Kind of worries me for what tomorrow brings. I do expect them to drop the enhanced entirely in Oklahoma and go slight. The possibility of a tornado is still there with the low level jet, but right now we just don't. I don't see it. All right. Let's move to the Oklahoma City radar just temporarily. These will not likely be severe. We are going to watch this cell though, but that's the only cell that really concerns me for the potential of a tornado. Even then, the tornado potential is low. So, alright, let's go back to our tornado warning here in Oklahoma. Not in Oklahoma. With Illinois, heading for Rockford in about an hour. Rockford, you guys go ahead and start preparing. If this storm can hold its rotation, it'll be coming towards you in an hour, so you got an hour to prepare for this line. I call it line, but it is really just a cluster of supercells. I don't know why we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning in really this area here. I do kind of see that hail being a bigger factor. I do think we are seeing some 1-inch hail in that area. The two smaller circles, which let's go get rid of the box. That area there, that's where we're looking at the bigger hail right now. Radar estimated. We're also watching that little hooking area could cause a tornado at some point. Right now, I don't really have much belief in this area really doing many tornado things right now. But we're watching it really rather closely tonight. Sorry. So, on this tornado warning, your rotation's right in this area. It is rain wrapped. It is shrouded in rain. That is something I keep repeating for two reasons. A lot of people, I've learned, they don't do anything if they don't see it. Storm chasers are going to have to be directly on the tornado to actually see it. I was 1/4 of a mile from a tornado that was rain wrapped to shreds, and I didn't even see it. I didn't even know there was one. It was a QLCS tornado, so it was brief, but I was looking in that general direction going north. It was right there, just crossing the road right in front of me. I didn't even see it. I was 1/4 of a mile as it was crossing the road. And that's another thing, you know, you're going to have to be right on top of it to see it. I think if you can get a cell, I just want to replay this here real quick. Loop this. That cell died. I wouldn't be surprised if that didn't drop a tornado. I think it did at one point. That has, I mean, just completely died almost. We're just worried about this area just rotating. You're seeing a lot of little areas of rotation, and those are worrying. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. We are going to be monitoring Oklahoma quite a bit. Which will be for this area here, up towards Lawton. We are waiting for that new SPC Day 1 outlook. As well. After this, we go to Friday. I am undetermined as if I'm chasing or streaming. I do try to chase a lot, as much as I can. So, anyways, I am going to take a look, though, at... Huh. Is Thursday a sleeper day? Oh, Friday scares me for tornado potential. Nothing set in stone. Again, back 6-7 days ago, I hate to say it like that, you know, 10 to 6 days ago, we thought super outbreak. I personally didn't, but a lot of people, you know, and that's why you don't see me forecasting much past 5 days out, because of the potential that it just dies. I've seen it. It happens way too often. But enough of that. Let's get back to our tornado warning. We don't have a tornado on the ground at this time, which is really good. SPC updated, I'm pretty sure. Also, new meso, no, but a mesoscale discussion, though, has been issued. For the line itself. I may have made a mistake on my forecast. I'm gonna have to readjust for that. Something else popping up. Okay, we have a new tornado watch going all the way to Detroit, Michigan until 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We will go ahead and show that now. I'm probably not going to be live till that time. A lot of stuff. So, again, we're watching this. We're just really wrapping up, honestly. Low-hanging wall cloud north of Pearl City. And that's another thing we're watching here tonight as well. We may have a chase. And I try to get you guys the view of the chase, which isn't going to be too difficult. But my chase will be local, and I don't know how well it's going to do. I'm getting this phone powered on because I do expect to be going out at some point tonight. And then we go till like 2, 3 a.m. my time. I got Bang Energy there. We are set to stream as long as we need to unless I lose power. Which is another threat for you guys that... okay, that phone's good to go. But my chase will be really, really local, if anything. By the way. So you guys are going to be able to watch that live. Maybe. Is that a new Mesoskill discussion, or is this an old one? I want to say it's an old one. It is. We're seeing that flooding threat also start to take shape. So, we're just going to wait on the new SPC Day 1. Which is out now, and they do... I'm surprised they keep the tornado threat at 5% in Oklahoma. I am surprised. And the SPC did exactly what I thought they would on the 10% tor threat. By the way, that is actually really cool. They did exactly as I thought they would. But Oklahoma stays in the 5% tornado threat. That is surprising. How accurate is that? Hold on. There's no way. There's no way. Where do they get that's okay, I don't usually disagree with the Storm Prediction Center, but it's almost time also to change radars. But wouldn't rain cool? I am really, really confused. I'm tempted to... I mean, I guess I agree. They did remove the enhanced risk like I thought they would. I have the threat of busting out my windshield. They did pretty much what I did almost. That is insane. Enough of that. We're going to wait on the new update to hit, and then we are going to show it to you guys. I have questions about the... Okay. Updated risk here. So this is the main area we're watching. You can tell that they did kind of do what I thought they would with that. I did expect kind of we could still see that 10% tornado risk there. I don't try to mimic the Storm Prediction Center, by the way. I try to do my own forecast, which you guys got to see. I did that before this SPC Outlook. So, the hail threat, again, you kind of see it. I do have it expanding towards Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo, but And your wind threat will take this area over. Okay, but what gets me is the 5% tornado probs in this area. I'm going to overlap MRMS, which is the radars. In my opinion, you're probably not going to see tornadoes behind that. I'll redraw that, because that was horrible. Behind that, you're probably not going to see tornadoes. Am I missing something? I'm missing that Pratt cell. This is where you get the analytical side of me. I wouldn't be surprised to see that kind of get in this area and produce. And with how they have this tornado, I do expect to be put under possibly a tornado watch. I'm not directly in the main tornado risk though. It definitely confused me. I'm gonna go to TSA to kind of get their opinion, which is Tulsa. You get the analytical side of me, because these storms here are just not insane enough, or not insanity. I am mildly confused. We are watching these three considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the only considerable severe thunderstorm warnings we have here. Oh. Yeah. I personally don't see the 5% being that far back. Oof. I really don't. I wonder if they expand that tornado watch to the east, or if they go severe thunderstorm. I expect them to expand that watch because they did keep the area. You can tell he just got the analytical side of me. I like to analyze things a lot. This is our only, again, tornado warning. We're gonna go ahead and switch to the Milwaukee radar. I think we can start clearing. We can clear Green Bay radar off. I'm gonna clear that one. I'm gonna clear. I'm gonna keep it just in case these cells try something. We're obviously gonna keep this one. I think we do see an elevated tornado threat right there with that kink. So, did my radar really just go down? It, what? So, alright, let's get back to our tornado warning here. I'm gonna go Milwaukee radar. Can I see if it gives us cleaner? be much easier to see. Your tornado threat. With this, I personally don't see what they see with this cell. Um, Analyzing, I mean, this is the only potential areas, even that one more to the west, you know, to the north of Freeport, is it feasible? And that one to the south almost isn't. And those are the only areas I really see that have tornado potential. Milwaukee, you are getting another line of severe thunderstorms as well, so this isn't it. I do think we see embedded tornadoes. And my GR2 is starting to glitch out. I want to play the evolution of this radar real quick. We had one PDS tornado warning today, and I do think it was a Viotor at some point in its life. I'm going to turn off all warnings really quickly. You don't see me do this too often. I'm going to turn this off. I just want... I just want to kind of show the evolution of this. I'm going to go ahead and turn on all that back, because I'm going to do that through WeatherWise. It's really cool, though, to kind of see what has occurred today. I want to go ahead and show my place files. I do expect that 21 to be canceled. And with that, we'll be focusing mostly on this radar through the rest of the night here. We are going to be watching Kansas as well. And my local area. This isn't my local area, but we are going to be watching that too. So, we're watching the evolution of these storms. I don't see them doing much. Though this could try to get attacked together and we start seeing toward threat kind of ramp up along that. But really, I don't see the tornado threat behind this anymore. I just don't. So they are going to continue this tornado warning. Let's go to Milwaukee radar, which this will be our primary radar from here on. Alright, while we're here, I do want to go ahead and get the tornado watch that I said I would show. I'll go ahead and pull that up. Your rotation's just to the west of Freeport. It is like extremely wrapped in rain. Extremely, and you're seeing this rain train, so I do expect a considerable flash flood warning. I don't just expect a regular tornado warning. So here's our tornado watch that we are now at. This goes until 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time, April 15th. I do not expect to be live this long. I do have school in the morning. And I am storm chasing. However, we could see me live that long tonight. It definitely isn't out of the realm of possibilities. It just depends on how sleepy I am. And how the tornado threat is really going. I don't see the tornado threat being too great in this area. I do have that 5% though, all the way to Lansing almost. Probabilities are 40-20 with that tornado watch, so we'll stay live at least until it gets off into the Lake Michigan. After that, we will kind of see at least Lake Michigan, if not later. But we are also watching for the potential of wind. You know, tornadoes aren't the only threat tonight. We have that wind threat going until close to 3, probably 5 a.m. Eastern. That's your tornadic rotation right there. Really weak, really broad. And you can kind of see how the radar's skipping out. Now it's time to switch radar colors, as always. I do think that in this area we do see pockets of 70-mile-per-hour wind in this area here. I do expect that to be a pocket of 70-mile-per-hour wind. But we do have that one tornado warning, which we're not talking about as much, which you take that as a good thing that we're not talking about your tornado warning as much. Because I just don't have confidence in it really being significant tonight. We're watching the scale of this, you know, we could see that tornado threat. I do agree with the SBC on that. As it goes, and I think as it goes towards the Sapulpa, Okmulgee, towards the Henrietta area, right now, my greatest tornado threat is honestly this area here. That is your greatest tornado threat. And personally, I don't. I want to ask about that. Yeah, that storm from tornadic. So the last frame it had a tornado warning. 7:15. In less than an hour, this cell died. It was tornadic and dead. Definitely interesting. Alright, let's move back to the Milwaukee radar here, where we're going to be now really monitoring for your damaging wind threat in this area. The potential for 70, 75, close to 80-mile-per-hour winds in this area exists. And so we're going to be live for that wind threat as well tonight. I'm waiting to see. Okay, so the area we were just highlighting from Newella to Purcell, they are going for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm gonna be curious to see what they do to the tornado watch if they go severe thunderstorm or extend tornado watch. Um, you guys are now getting the analytical side of me. Flash flood warning for Milwaukee. I do expect that to go considerable as well because you guys haven't seen much break in the rain. It is still raining in downtown Milwaukee. We're doing this, and I hate it with a passion. Like, personally, so we have seen rain in north or downtown Milwaukee for almost a straight hour. That your rain total, I'm going to take a look here on Radar Scope. I use Radar Scope on my phone. I'm actually going to clear some pockets in North Milwaukee seeing over 2 inches. I wouldn't be surprised to see multiple flash flood considerables, especially in this area. Realistically, that is kind of wrapping up. And you have that super cellular look there, but you're not seeing your rotation as once were. So I'm keeping my phone radar active because I'm watching the development of this stuff. Kind of see how I'm gonna go. New tornado warning in Wisconsin. And I did say that we had embedded tornado potential. Okay, so this is just okay. It's gonna be in the greater Milwaukee area in 30 minutes. So again, Milwaukee Metro, again, be in your tornado safe place. Except this time, South Milwaukee Metro. If you are tracking this in the downtown Milwaukee, go ahead and be ready for another tornado warning. So, so this is again a QLCS tornado. So it's not guaranteed that this lasts 45 minutes to an hour. That is also another thing that I'm really confirmed. Okay, Rockford, it is now time to enact your tornado safe plan. I hate when my radar does this. I'm actually going to reset. La Crosse is... Okay, La Crosse is this. I'm getting rid of that Milwaukee radar. I can't. I know it's going to do it the second I... I know it's going to do it when I... Also, Ohio! Okay, so the Woodward development is why they kept that. So, okay, there we go. We're getting back to this radar. Sorry, I had to reset the radar um, briefly there. Alright, let's go here where we're going to watch these cells as well. This is a very overworked environment, especially near the Platteville, Dickeyville, the WQ area. So I don't expect to see the tornado threat materialize with those cells. But Ohio is coming in with a surprise, so we're going to have to bring in another radar. Okay. Ohio. Ohio doing Ohio things right now. That is completely normal. You know what? We're going to use this local radar. We're not going to be able to see if it's on the ground, but... tornado warning warranted. Why? Okay. You're now seeing me question. Okay, I do see that though. I got 7. Yeah, we're gonna use the new tornado warning. Going to be on this, where we do have the QLCS tornado threat starting to materialize here. Four areas here in this with rotation. That's why we're seeing that these tornado warnings really start popping off. I could see another tornado warning here. So, course velocity updates right as I say that. What's dangerous about these is these will spin up really, really fast. And a lot of times, and in this circumstance, these are going to be at nighttime, very hard to see, rain wrapped. That's what makes these more dangerous than your typical textbook supercells that do produce stronger tornadoes. I say that because people take shelter when they see. That's the worst thing. Cry wolf effect is really bad right now. Especially with QLCS storms like this, where, okay, you have one rotation here, it's going to tornado, but it'll already tornado by the time the radar scan comes in and it dies. We see that constantly. Sorry about that, everyone. Just had to discuss something. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado trying to develop just south of East Troy. Especially in that area. This is the QLCS tornado takeover. I'm going to go ahead and refill up on water real quick. Well, we watched these 3 tornado warnings in Wisconsin and a tornado in Ohio. So right here, this is a mini fridge. We will be changing setups here soon, by the way. I am going to be moving to college here soon. And so our whole setup is going to change. You're still going to see the green screen. We may be able to use it more. And I will be probably with a better job that will require me to be there more, so. I'll try to go part-time, just so I can storm chase and weather track for you guys. So, which I'm not directly going into college for meteorology. We'll explain that in a whole different video. But we got these tomorrow mornings, so we really need to be watching, especially right there. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that drop. Those are the 3 main areas along this portion of the line that I'm actually concerned about for the tornado potential. So, alright, let's go to Ohio where we do have that 1 tornado warning. I do expect them to cancel that tornado warning because I don't see the tornado. Which is a good thing. New work though, you guys are under this tornado warning. Yeah, I really don't on that. Moving back to Oklahoma City, this is really starting to just decay and more or less become just a wind thing. This might try to become a wind thing here. They're seeing 50 mile per hour, around close to 60 mile per hour in this area, so may see a severe thunderstorm warning coming up towards the Prague, maybe North Seminole County. Alright, let's get to the Frederick radar, which is closer to this. Definitely have some damaging wind in that area there, and a wind back right there. And that is what we are watching really, really closely in this area. I'm going to keep that radar open on the off chance something happens that we need it. Let's go to Milwaukee, where now we do have the southern Milwaukee metro in that tornado warning. I do not see the Milwaukee downtown at this time getting tornado warned. We are watching this in Illinois as well. We got some rotation near Roscoe that is heading towards Roscoe. So 5 tornado warnings active, 1 in Ohio, and then this is your other 4 with the same storm. Bus, boy. Depending on how this grows, is if I personally go storm chasing or we stay in this coverage for a very long time. We will cover, and then you guys will probably get to watch the tornado or the severe storm chase. I try to chase anything that's severe down here to keep local stuff up to date, but so we're still watching this area. I do expect multiple tornadoes in this area. From what I'm seeing, 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly a 5th rotation. So that's what we're watching closely. So we're watching possibly 5 areas of rotation. And I mean, with these, you can see tornadoes really close together, and that is what I thought. They are going to observe. I'm pretty sure. I didn't think that was, though. Radar confirmed tornado southeast of East Troy. Okay. Yeah, that's. I didn't know if that was the tornado or not. It didn't perfectly line up with velocity, so I wasn't thinking that that was going to be your tornado. But that did dissipate. And there's another one right there. No, that is clear air. Never mind. We're observing that. Is this Milwaukee? Yeah, that's Milwaukee. That's Milwaukee. Okay. Definitely a little bit. So we're watching, I mean, this main portion. We are watching Oklahoma still. I'm personally watching the Marlow to Duncan area. There are multiple areas of spin. They gotta get ready to see what they want to do, if they want to extend that tornado watch or not. Ohio tornado warning expired or / canceled. So we are to these 3 tornado warnings. They did cancel that northern tornado warning. So these are your 3 tornado warnings. I'll be right back. Maybe like 10 seconds. So, definitely some damaging wind. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing close to 60, 65. I mean, realistically, this is where I think your wind is at right now. And then inside of those, you are seeing that mesoscale discussion. So new mesoscale discussion issued in this area. So let's go and take a look at that. I'm waiting for Oklahoma to see what they do to that. Alright. There's the mesoscale discussion. Alright. So, that being shown. Yeah, that's being shown. Okay. I am going to just show that for you guys. The tornado risk will focus on northern Illinois with QLCS circulation still possible. Further north, damaging wind potential will be greatest with linear storm modes. So you are still saying, as of 8:32, so 10 minutes ago, this is though the 8:30 obs. This is the primary zone for QLCS spin-ups. Kind of where I had that 15. I wonder if my 15 will verify. I'm not 100%. But, anyways, that's not the point. Right now, your greatest tornado threat is that in there. Which is what we're watching here. That's what we're seeing right in this area here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off mesoscale discussions. Alright, there we go. Less clutter. We're that rotation near Waterford, just so north of Waterford. So there's multiple areas. In this area alone, broad, mild. 3 areas probably in 5-10 miles of each other here. Extending from Browns Lake towards North Waterford, which we're going to watch really closely. And as this moves into the, southwest, I'm going to call it, because how kind of populated this is. Can you even call that the metro? Also, these are your only 2 tornado warnings. I'm surprised we don't see anything right. Cold air, clean air. That's why. Sorry. When you have that, that is concerning. We have no correlation coefficient drop, which is really good because we're close enough to the radar. I personally wouldn't doubt, even with the QLCS tornado, I want to take a look at that velocity scan. And you see one of them dies. That middle one just died. And that's what we see. Elkhorn, Lake Geneva, Walworth, East Troy, Potter Lake. You guys can come into your tornado safe place now. You guys are seeing a little bit of damaging wind, but nothing too crazy at this time. Sorry, I'm keeping close eye on my personal space, especially as these storms kind of gather strength. Depending on what I see, I might chase, I might not tonight. So we are probably going to take a short break, though, when storms get onto Lake Michigan. I guess not, because you're starting to see that become into play. So we are watching the wind threat here as this and the QLCS tornado threat as this line moves offshore onto Lake Michigan. Let's storm track, please. Thank you. Right now, we're about 40 minutes, and we should see that offshore. So that's what we're looking at. And they did finally cancel that back tornado warning. And realistically, I do see that being a debris ball. Very broad, but let's wait on the new velocity scan to kind of say something like that. Also, watching a cell near Pratt, Kansas. Yeah, that is a tornado right there. So, that is a tornado right there. It's honestly the only real rotation now in this area. That's become the primary one, and realistically, that makes a lot of sense. Ooh. So, that is a tornado. Sorry, I'm also watching my personal area as well. When does this tornado watch go to? 11? Yes. I do expect them to expand that. be surprised to see a tornado warning or two on that. I'm going to have to see how my verification went. It's David Payne. And this is our only tornado warning, by the way. Let's go to our Frederick radar. We will cover those as well, don't worry. We're going to move this radar, actually, to that threat there. So we're watching this here as well. Not exactly for the tornado potential. I really don't see much tornado potential down there. I really actually have nothing. Again, we did have that weak tornado up here near Union Grove. But I don't see the big time tornado threat down there in that area. So we're watching this whole... Sorry, I'm trying to kind of check on my... I personally think my moderate risk did verify. I really think it did. I kind of wonder how my verification would be. We'll kind of just look at reports, things like that. I want to save this one. Sorry, we're kind of working out. Ohio's becoming this one. I personally think the moderate risk verifies. I'm gonna see if I can still access it while I'm at school tomorrow, but if I can access that exact forecast, that will be perfect. If not, I'll replicate it as good as I can. We'll probably look back in 3-4 days. 5, 6, something. Alright, so here we go. This is the start of the Michigan tornado threat. So this is the start of the Michigan tornadoes. We're also going to watch this area. It's starting to rotate. We are seeing that trend in this. So we may see that tornado threat evolve So we're still watching all of these areas in this risk. Where did I have that 5% tour? I think the area tonight is chalked. So we're still watching. I want to go to my forecast real quick. This is my personal forecast. I'm probably gonna just extend it just a little bit. Surface obs are kind of telling me I need to extend it. Tell me how trash you could easily replace me. Okay, so this is what we're seeing right now. This is my personal forecast. I am going to extend it more closer to Detroit and the Saginaw area. Right now, you guys are going to get a real-time update and forecast. That's the best corridor for tornadoes right there. Oh, I was going to say it. Right there. I'm not going to update that one. Again, that is the area of rotation that they are watching. This will be offshore in about 15 minutes. This rotation will be offshore in about 15. So we're watching this whole line here. Let's go to Oklahoma. We haven't had Oklahoma update in a minute. We're watching this area really just become we are getting areas with wind gusts, roof mounted of 60 estimated. Downbursts, which I think is definitely going to be the threat with this as it moves towards the Tulsa, McAllister, Eufaula, Muskogee, Okmulgee, Holdenville, Kemah areas. You could see that potential. I do expect an extension, but oof. So, we're still watching this area. These two tornado warnings. We also have a third one in Michigan. Let's go to that actually. I've actually abandoned that one temporarily. I do see the tornado threat. Right there, that is your tornadic rotation. It's really small. Again, really broad. So we are watching the whole risk area today. This is a new tornado warning for Ravenna. And this is going to be moving towards Kansas City. The reason they have this, there's a tornadic rotation right here. I didn't think this was going to get tornado warned. I personally didn't. I had my doubts on that specific portion of the tornado. So, all right, let's go back to the South Milwaukee Metro, where we do have that tornado warning. The 2 tornado warnings. Excuse me. Someone said, don't drink up. Sorry. You guys will catch me singing from time to time. We are watching, in my opinion, this. I don't see these producing tornadoes because the orientation. But they can still produce tornadoes. Kind of crazy. Tasty. People say run, don't walk away. I need to change my music from this. We are still, again, watching that area. But I'm not going to say no to the potential of a tornado there. Especially with kind of how this itself looks. I want to get the news velocity scan. I know where the rotation is going to be. They did observe that, yeah. Oh, wrong button. What? Oh, right there. I didn't think that was a tornado because of the motion. I missaw that. That is a tornado. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if that was. Alright, let's go back to Michigan where we do have 2 tornado warnings. Again, for the same areas, but we're still seeing that area. All of these tornado warnings expire at 9:15. Excuse me. I am by my no weather radio, so it could go off tonight. I'm watching my local area. It's definitely trending to me going storm chasing. And you guys get to kind of watch me local chase. So, we're watching this tornado threat. I'm also watching this really closely for the strong tornado or two. You guys know I did extend my personal forecast towards Saginaw. For you guys, I would be. Oh, excuse me. I would not be surprised to see that get tornadic really quickly. Let's go back to our observed tornado. Here. So, we don't see that correlation coefficient drop as we once just did. And we are really close to being offshore with these tornadoes. And we'll probably have a primary focus on to Michigan now. I think once the storms really get past that portion of the storm, these really get past probably this area, I wouldn't be surprised to see it become more linear. What was Weather Watch 108? I don't remember if it was severe or not, or if it was tornado. Severe. I'm trending more and more to a storm chase for wind. Which I'm not going to chase too far. I'm probably going to chase literally my local area. Maybe kind of down the road a little bit. But realistically, that won't happen for a while. So sit back and relax. And even when we do that, you guys will watch that live as well. I kind of get a feel for tomorrow. If they make it up here. Tomorrow goes completely linear. So we're now down to 3 tornado warnings. The two up there. There's your tornado warning. I was talking about this area. I wouldn't be surprised if they tornado warn it, and here we go. We now have a tornado warning for Sheridan, Stratton, McBrides, North Carson City. That's your new tornado warning. I was looking at it on radar scope. That's why I caught it so quickly. My music is starting to... But... realistically, this is the place I'm watching the most. They have that new severe thunderstorm warning there, extending from southern Milwaukee. Tomorrow we'll kind of see what verifies. I don't know how well the verification will go. Yeah, bedtime makes us something. A lot of what I'm watching is I'm also going to go ahead and probably remove this area from the watch list right now and go more to this, where we do have... I wouldn't be surprised if we see south of Coopersville and west of Marne get tornado warned. I would not be surprised with how that is looking. I think, especially with these prefrontals. Tornadic rotation right there. Trying to go outflow dominant, I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to try to go OFD, outflow dominant. So, outflow. Storms breathe in and out. Outflow is coming from the storm. And it can produce gust fronts, which I'm pretty sure this one's trying to. Outflow, it's just the storm breathing out. Too much of it can disrupt tornadogenesis. So, you'll see your outflow coming in from here, but if you have outflow coming here and it crosses into that, you're no longer getting your inflow, so it becomes outflow dominant. That's what I think is trying to occur. Whether it happens or not is the question. Can it sustain tornado potential, or realistically does it just stop? I don't know about that, trying to go tornadics yet. If that can get a better hook, it'll try. Definitely an insane radar loop coming for you guys. Here we go. So your rotation right now is just north. It's gone. It is offshore. Summers, Pleasant Prairie, Kenosha. You guys can come to your train to safe place. However, kind of stay indoors. If you guys are in a basement and or a storm cellar and you have to travel outside, I'd probably wait a little bit, but you can come out of your train to safe place if you have a few. The tornado threat is honestly past you, and the tornado warning though expires at 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So I am getting concerned for this area now. Marngo, that is a developing hook. I don't know if it'll quite develop or not. If you guys are wondering, I'm looking at my local stuff here. Because I am in close proximity to storm chasing. I am saying that for you guys to be aware, hey, I may have to storm chase. Which I have a lot. They are severe warning. Let's go to Kansas. Do I have a radar I can use? I'm gonna bring in a radar. There's that cancellation of the tornado warning that I was just talking about. You guys saw that live. Oh! What cloud? Brief funnel. Not sure I believe that. Thing called... I looked. I saw 3 tornado warnings in Wisconsin. That's why you saw me make that reaction. This is the area that if we see tornadoes, we'll probably see it here too. Did I ever put this in a 5% tornado risk, or was this always in my 2? Oh, I get to verify with warnings too, because I can download the warnings and download the forecast. That is actually really cool. So I get to verify warnings. Okay. We're going to watch those cells. But let's go to where we have our tornado warnings active. I would not be surprised to see them tor warn that. Nothing on the ground with this yet. I kind of excluded it. I have it from Wichita. So in my personal forecast, I kind of had your better tornado threat in that. I didn't think storms would fire this far west in Kansas. But we're watching these areas, multiple pockets of rotation. I do think it will try to get its act together somewhere in this area. I'll include that area for safe measure. So that's what we're going to be watching, and we have the only 3 tornado warnings. I do expect these 2 to be canceled because I just don't see the tornado threat. I think this area will try to take over that until you see this. Then that'll probably start trying to tornado threat here. Alright, let's go back to the Milwaukee radar. I think we're going to finally be able to transition more. There's an outflow boundary. Right there, by the way. So that is going to be something of note. The storms are going to maybe hit Chicago or just barely miss Chicago. It'll be really good if they miss Chicago, however. Excuse me. Are we? Okay, severe thunderstorm watch.
The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 114, effective until 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday. This watch includes the following counties in Oklahoma: Adair, Cherokee, Creek,
There it is.
Hughes, Mays, McIntosh, Muskogee, Nowata, Okfuskee, Okmulgee, Ottawa, Rogers, Tulsa, Wagner, and Washington. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
You guys heard that first. Severe thunderstorm watch.
This watch includes the following counties in Oklahoma: Adair, Cherokee.
I don't care about that. So I am now in a watch. Surprised this isn't a county south. So, sorry about that, everyone. Did you guys hear part of that? Oh, weather thing. I like the sound of those. That tornado warning will be canceled. This one won't at this time. You guys got the tail end of it. Ugh. It's rough to catch the tail end. Depending on how serious storms are when they get here. So, this is our only tornado warning. I like how I said that one will be canceled, and this is... So, sorry. If I'm looking at my phone a lot, I am monitoring my personal location. And my music likes to quit. But we're tracking this tornado warning. Your tornadic rotation's right in this area. Nothing too crazy at this time. I'm not going to say it produces a tornado. I'm not going to say it doesn't produce a tornado. There's a lot of factors that go into this one. Oh. They did cancel that tornado watch in Oklahoma. So all of Oklahoma is no longer tornado watched. We're now down to the severe thunderstorm watch. What are my options? Sorry, guys. You guys see me planning my chase right now? I do this really often. Okay. I can be dumb and pretty well go on a extremely dirt road as far north as I can go. Okay, I've got options for severe thunderstorms. I do expect you guys to hear that thing go off again. Oh gosh, brain. Sorry. I'm excited right now, okay? I got a stronger rotation here. Alright, let's get to Oklahoma. What am I talking about? Well, this very I don't know how to explain this without getting banned on YouTube. Go to my Twitter. Oh! I'm laughing, but I'm not at the same time. It means I will have to travel further. A little bit of rotation developing north buyers. That'd be pretty close to. So you guys get to see what I do. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. You guys are getting to... You guys are watching Planning Operation Live. So I'm deciding, okay, is it going to be tornadic when it gets here? Am I going to want to shoot up something? Not with a gun. Shoot up with a car. Drive really fast. Or what I want to do. You guys are watching that. If you are in Alma, Ithaca, Purrington, you guys need to go ahead and be ready to take your tornado precautions pretty soon. We're watching this area. As well. Radar just updated. The Oklahoma City stuff just updated. Definitely could go tornadic. Midwest watching. Midwest City, I'm supposing. We have tornado warning up here in Michigan, and we're also watching this area in Oklahoma. This should set my weather radio off. By the way. For Wisconsin. Alright, let me go to Wisconsin in just a second. I'm planning for a quick storm chase right there. Alright, let's go to Quad Cities, Iowa. Do I have ARX open? Not really. The severe threat, realistically, is probably in this area for Wisconsin. However, it's still a low threat there. If, you could see some wind gusts. I wouldn't rule out a tornado, but I don't think the tornado threat is there in that area. I think the tornado threat, realistically, is in this area here. From Detroit to Chicago, kind of from Grand Rapids to South Bend. That's where your tornado threat is. But you could see some damaging wind. You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. New mesoscale discussion. Spotter reporting a funnel cloud. That's heading right for me. Alright, here we go. I'm actually going to show that. Alright, so this is mesoscale discussion 438. Talking for attempts at discrete convection, which is what we're seeing with the tornado warning. It is discrete. If you can see it, if you can see the... just tripped my weather radio? What just tripped my weather radio? Hold on, let me... Probably this. Didn't think that would actually trip it, but... Alright, let's go back to Grand Rapids. So, if you can see one of these cells, like this Portland cell, if you can see that kind of intensify... Oh! Okmulgee, South Tulsa, severe thunderstorm warning. That would definitely set it off. See, this one, well, see, it was discrete when we first saw that tornado warning on it. And now you're starting to see it merge into this line. Your line is growing upscale. And there's a front, a warm front in this area. Storms are attaching to it and building onto it, building more northeast, northeast. That's what we're watching in this area. The storms that attach to the warm front are more likely to produce tornadoes. But the storms that are south of it can also produce tornadoes as too. The tornado watch in this area goes until 4 a.m. and that... Oh, they're... Sorry. Okay. This storm is not really showing the sign of rotation that it once was. Your current rotation is right here. Red's moving toward, green's moving... Red's moving away, green's moving towards. That's better. So I'm stumbling today because I'm watching multiple. So that's your only tornado warning. Let's go to the Chicago area. I'm going to have to bring in... First, we're going to go to Texas, though. To this one severe thunderstorm warning. These are severe. These are in Mexico right now, moving towards Del Rio area. Moving towards Del Rio at this time. So that's your... If these storms hold, that's currently your track for them. We'll get more accurate tracks here once they start crossing into the border. This is not likely to produce a tornado. These are going to be elevated. So elevated storms, you don't have enough surface instability. And when you don't have that surface instability, you don't see that threat as much. Alright, now let's go to our Chicago radar. I'd expect a severe thunderstorm warning for that. By the way. Alright, let's go to... Alright, I can remove this radar. I'm going to go ARX. I'm going to go crazy if I already have. We are also planning a storm chase, so just be aware of that. How much lightning is in this? Oh, quite a bit of lightning. As a storm chaser, this isn't what you want to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a severe thunderstorm warning in this area. Oh God, what is this post? I wouldn't be surprised for a severe thunderstorm warning in this area here. So let's get to that tornado warning, which we're going to have a heavy focus on tornado warnings. Though, you're probably going to see me storm chase soon, realistically. I'm honestly getting ready to go out. Probably about 10 p.m. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'm going to make sure I have everything for the tornado chase. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Had to make sure I had the set ready to go for the chase. Alright, Chicago. There are areas in this that, if it can sustain, I do think we see that tornado threat kind of ramp up. And I think that's the same with Oklahoma. Yeah. Oklahoma is really trying to tornado. Yeah. You're probably going to hear the radio go off again. But we're watching this 70-mile-per-hour wind along the leading edge of these storms. So with these, your wind is primary threat. There goes your tornado. That is your tornado threat gone. Now I'm starting to... Okay, I'm tornado warning... We're tornado warning list at this time. I think Oklahoma tries. Let's go to Oklahoma. This is typical Oklahoma, by the way. I'm watching an area right there that's really got my attention as it's starting to come towards my way. If they issue the tornado warning on this, I immediately got to go because I got to get in position to intercept. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a few tornadoes. Don't underestimate tornado warning. What? Yeah, you just got the reaction of a lifetime. Yeah. I'm just curious. We could have a tornado going towards mounds. Realistically. We could. Could have a tornado right there heading towards Okmulgee. I think we see a tornado warning for this portion of Oklahoma. Well, this would verify my 5%. Why is it Oklahoma? Okay. I should have one more radar loading. There it is. We're going to bring this one all the way up where we have this tornado warning. It definitely could have been on the ground at one point. This is your tornadic rotation right here. Right, green's moving towards, red's moving away from the radar. Right in the center of that is where your tornadic rotation is at this time. What's my weather radio going to get triggered by now? I'm genuinely curious if it's going to be a tornado warning. I am learning Oklahoma's a QLCS nightmare. Of course, the tornado chase I didn't think would be a tornado chase is a tornado chase. Will most likely end up being close to a tornado chase. So again, let's go and get a storm track on this tornado warning. Let's stop talking about Oklahoma temporarily. Okay, Oklahoma. Right there. Tornadic rotation. Could go tornadic. Could get tor warned at some point. Let's go ahead and go to the Oklahoma City radar since we're already in Oklahoma. We're going to wait on a new velocity scan here. Which should be right here. Nope. It's trying its hardest. Realistically, it's trying its hardest. Whew. Can it, though? Can it? Alright, so we're watching this tornado warning too. Coming up towards Five Lake in about 40 minutes. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and get the secondary phone ready. Sorry about that, everyone. You guys are seeing me getting ready for a storm chase. Because I'm going to be out there in case that tornado potential does happen here. So I'm getting, like, every single thing ready to go. Watching this Tulsa radar, too. Because we have rotation up near Mounds. Some near Sapulpa, however it is weaker up in Sapulpa. So I'm not sold 100%. On that potential there. Alright, I'm going to use restroom. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. I'm so sorry about that, everyone. Storm chase, here we go. So we're watching these areas in Oklahoma for the potential of a tornado. Or something crazy. At least. Alright, let's get back to your tornado warning. Well, I monitor Oklahoma with my phone. Yay. Tornadoes. Oh, quite interesting. So that's your tornadic rotation right there. It is not as prominent as it once was when this tornado warning was first issued. But that is your tornadic rotation right there. And that's what we're watching. And then tomorrow we may stream. What is tomorrow's risk? Did they keep it a slight or did they upgrade to enhanced? Because I'm probably chasing. Oh, I can't. I have play practice tomorrow. Oh. I'm chasing. Either way. I can't remember if tomorrow got upgraded to enhanced or not. This is where you guys get the technical side of me. So, alright, let's go to Milwaukee. Not Milwaukee, but Chicago. Sorry, I've been talking about Milwaukee a lot today. Where we do have the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago itself. This storm is moving to the southeast. We are seeing winds of 70 mile per hour. I do see a potential for 75 mile per hour wind. Tomorrow's a slight. I wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade it, but it is a slight. Yeah, tomorrow is a slight. You guys already see me strategizing like this. So your damaging wind threat. Your damaging winds right now is mostly in this area here. I do see a little bit of wind probably in that area, but not as strong. So it'd look like that right there for your wind. It is. Is Oklahoma actually trying? So that's what we're looking at. We don't just pay attention to the tornado warnings. We do keep a view on it more, but we don't just focus on those because we have these cells. Oklahoma trying, if it can, is the question. Sorry, I'm getting... Oh. Tulsa, tornado warning. Okay. Okay. Okay, Oklahoma. You win. We were just calling this out not too long ago. Here it is. Tornado warning, South Tulsa Metro. This does include Jinx, Oakhurst, Catoosa, Fair Oaks, and Broken Arrow. Like, I am disbelief. Alright, let's go back to Michigan, where we do have the tornado warning for the Fife Lake area, south of Kingsley and north of Manton. Manton, you are under this, however. So is Kingsley. Buckley, go ahead and come out of your tornado safe place. You guys are clear. This is going to get interesting in terms of tornado potential in Oklahoma, in my opinion. Alright, let's go back to Chicago, where we have the damaging wind gusts approaching the Chicago Metro, downtown Chicago. Go ahead and be ready. 70-mile-per-hour winds and the potential of a tornado. Tornado threats, again, really low, but you can't rule it out. Same with Oklahoma. Let's go to the Oklahoma City radar, where we're watching multiple areas, pretty much from Stratford all the way to Wewoka, Walika, Henrietta, and Tulsa, where we do have a tornado warning. We do have a new tornado warning and tornado on the ground. Tulsa, tornado on the ground. What? Okay. Okay. This is going to be in the Tulsa Metro. Catoosa, 15 minutes. Again, you need to be in your safe place right now. These are quick, brief, and weak tornadoes, but they're going to be destructive. You're going to lose shingles. You're going to lose windows. That's why we say inner part of your house. Mobile homes can be rolled in very weak tornadoes. EF1 is all it takes to roll a mobile home. And it is on the ground, doing damage right now. So we're seeing that damage occur. This is correlation coefficient. This is a drop. You can see how you have mostly purples, and then you have this big blob. That's where you got that tornado, and it is on the ground. Tulsa. Tulsa. That's all I can say. That's all I can say is Tulsa. New Michigan tornado warning. Yep, that southern portion's going in Michigan. We may have a tornado on the ground. Carson City, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. This is another tornado that is on the ground doing damage. Again, it's the same thing as Tulsa, a little bit deeper though. A little bit deeper. Carson City, you got about 20 minutes. This is going to be heading towards Maple Ridge. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a significant tornado ongoing at this time while I'm getting ready to storm chase. Fun. So we have 2 tornadoes ongoing, one in Oklahoma. They've got a mesoscale discussion on tornado severe thunderstorm watch 115. No, tornado watch 115. What? Hold on. Oh, issues. So we do have 2 tornadoes. I wouldn't be surprised if this one was at briefly a SIG tour. Alright, let's go back to Oklahoma. Tulsa, we do have a had a weak tornado brief. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but it was just on the ground not too long ago. And this, again, falls in my thoughts. Debris fallout is 1.7 miles in your Tulsa storm here. That is 1.7 miles. So we just had a brief tornado. I wouldn't say it's on the ground. I think you're seeing debris fallout. Let's go to the Oklahoma City radar now to take a look at this southern, where we still have that tornado potential. I think as it gets towards Lamar, Wetumpka, Walika, I think that tornado potential goes up just a little bit. All right, there you go. National Weather Service Tulsa. We're going to let this load up really quickly on this radar. We're not on the ground at this time. However, Tulsa has seen enough. We do have the confirmed tornado warning for Catoosa, Fair Oaks, Awesome. I should know that town. I should know that town. Okay. Anyways. Alright, let's go back up to Michigan, where we have the confirmed tornado and damage ongoing at this time. Again, maybe a weaker, a low-end significant tornado. We still have a tornado ongoing. This one is lasting a little bit longer. This is going to be the second tornado we see. And then, as we're watching this really near Alto, it's really concerning me with how that is wrapped up like it is. So we're watching that as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that drops its own tornado. We're going to know because we're at the radar. We're going to continue the tornado track here. I am monitoring the Tulsa tornado on radar scope right now. I also have some other friends monitoring that with me, so I'm not missing something. I don't know if we see a tornado near Bixby, but we could see the tornado warning for Bixby area. We got some rotation ongoing. It is weak. It is broad. Okmulgee, the same thing. Going back to the this radar on my phone, because we're trying to keep all this information for you guys. All right. I wouldn't be surprised if Alto's about to drop if it hasn't already dropped. I say that, and I mean that. Christ, what is it? You guys are hearing this. New severe thunderstorm warning. New tornado warning, Tulsa, Wagner counties. Huh? Did they do? Yeah, there you go. Bixby, tornado warning. Go ahead and take your tornado safe place. Coweta, Leonard. Mine just got severe warned, people. My area, not my location yet, but they just got Hughes, Pontotoc, and Seminole counties severe thunderstorm warned, heading towards Holdenville. Woo! Get the heart racing there, boy. Let me tell you, that is the most heart racing thing I have ever experienced in my life. So we're seeing now Coweta, Bixby, tornado warnings are going up. I was just calling this area out. I said I don't know if it'll have a tornado or not. I do have some people impacted by this storm itself in this tornado warning. So I'm going to be right back. The fun of life. I'll tell you, this is the fun life. Weather coverage and storm chasing. Ah! So, excuse me, my weather radio has been going off constantly. I think it goes off again at some point tonight. Alright, let's go to... Where's my Grand Rapids radar? Here. Where we did have a brief tornado. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. Oh. Can we not, Oklahoma? Can we not? Okay, let's go back to Oklahoma. That's your updated area. Let's go back to Oklahoma because I'm watching this area for a tornado. I'm watching this area near Wetumpka. It's starting to come out and make a hook. This is what we're watching, and this is why I'm storm chasing in literally probably close to 10, 15, 20 minutes. When this gets closer to my portion that I need to be chasing. That's why I'm pointing this out, because I have a lot of people. I know so many people in this area, and they're probably watching this. And that's there, you know, so we're watching that. But let's go back to Grand Rapids, Michigan here, where we did have an intense tornado, or a tornado on the ground. It's a little bit there. Oh, fun. They're probably gonna tornado one. Literally that. Oh. Okay, Tulsa. Norman. Okay. The shelf cloud is gonna be beautiful. Storms! No? No storm? Okay. Okay. So, I gotta be real with you guys. We're getting to the point of coverage where we're gonna have to take a probably 30-minute break to probably an hour. You guys are going to have my storm chase feed going as well, so don't worry. You will have storm chasing feed. I just don't quite know how this is going to turn out. The shelf cloud is going to be beautiful, though. Probably in about 5-10 minutes, I'm going to head out. How fast is it moving? 45. I was going to track. Yeah. Probably in about 10-15 minutes. We're watching this area. Let's go up to Michigan, where we have just a ton of tornado warnings going up here. We're now to 7 tornado warnings. Oh, they did downgrade the Tulsa tornado warning to radar indicated. So that is certainly good news. Jeez. Who thought it would be a good idea for a tornado outbreak here in Michigan when I need to be storm chasing? That's why we're taking a look at Oklahoma a lot constantly. Because I'm chasing. Here probably in like 5-10 minutes. You guys will have my feed in probably 30. 15. Again, your tornadic rotation on the Tulsa cell, though, Alsuma, really weak, really broad. That's your rotation right there. We are now to no on-the-ground tornadoes, but that doesn't mean they won't happen again. We still have that threat in both areas, Oklahoma and realistically, Michigan, parts of Illinois, Indiana, and you still have that threat for tornadoes, and Oklahoma. Oklahoma's going to do Oklahoma things. I think we may have a tornado trying its hardest to develop there. We're watching this whole line because at this point, anything can go tornadic. So we got a little bit of rotation. Also, who wouldn't like beautiful storms like this? Very beautiful. Oh, there you go. Oh, dear God. And this is what we're worried about tonight. You know, these areas like this, we're going to wait on new velocity scan, but this will pretty much be the I'm heading out. Yeah. Yeah. Just Oklahoma. That's what I'm going to say. Oklahoma doing Oklahoman things. And these Oklahoma things catch every single person off guard. Not where I thought the best tornado threat in Oklahoma would be, but you know what? The 5% verifies. So we're this is about my area that I'm going to be chasing. And of course my phone's being slow. Good morning. Alright, let's go back to Michigan. Because Michigan do Michigan things. Oklahoma do more things. Worse things. But yeah, so we only have 2 tornado warnings. This is no longer on the ground. It is no longer doing damage. Of course, my radar just decides to quit working at this point. Why wouldn't it? Not my radar, not the app. And we're watching this area. I'm surprised it didn't tornado realistically. Did my Wi-Fi just go out? Really? Okay. Thank you. I guess. Alright, let's go back to my whatever's gonna happen. I'm holding on to hope. And this wind is astronomical. So if this can tornado, that's what I'm really concerned about here. I'm probably going to head in about 5 minutes, 4 minutes to go chase. Let's go back to Michigan. And we're going to leave the stream up. I may lose power. So, we're watching these two areas. Another area near Ashley, chasing. And we're down to 4 tornado warnings, so that's certainly good news. They did cancel that northern Tulsa tornado warning, which let's go and take a look at Tulsa. We haven't taken a look at that in just a minute. Alright, guys. As the storms approach me, there's a chance we do lose power. I am going to leave the stream up, and I am going to leave warnings in stream as well. I'm going to try to broadcast the chase to you guys here on Facebook. I don't know if I will be able to. We're obviously not going to be able to cover Michigan. There, again, I do want to emphasize there is a chance I lose power tonight. I think we see QLCS tornado spawn like crazy in this area. If I can continue coverage, I'm going to continue coverage. However, with the current environment in my area, I am going to go out so I can be spotting for my local National Weather Service and my local EM. Thank you guys for tuning. And we will see you guys, hopefully, on the other side. Alright, I am waiting just for a minute before I go out.
It was cloudy. And 2 inches and falling.
Uh, there it is. Severe thunderstorm warning. I'll be back in about 45 minutes if I don't lose Okay, I am so sorry about that. We are back. Wow. I am surprised we're still streaming at this time. We did have a tornado impact some people that I know around Country Club Road in Muskogee. I was not chasing the tornadic portion of it. I'm kind of thankful I wasn't. I did have some multiple 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm going to be making a few phone calls. This is what we've been worried about. Here it goes. I'm sorry. This is the stuff I have to do to make sure family is okay, because there was a tornado. Alright. Sorry about that, everyone. What a chase I just had. We'll get to the tornadoes in a second. My family is okay. They are without electric. So I just got done chasing. I had a few 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Alright, back to the tornado threat. It goes probably until 3 o'clock. That's your new tornado warning, Oklahoma. Oklahoma do Oklahoma things. Now, I do want to analyze real quick. Whew. That's what I had. Definitely some wind. Storm motion for morning. And we're watching this area here, and then we have Michigan. What has happened in Michigan since I've been gone? Anything crazy? I don't think we had anything crazy Michigan-wise, but we are going to just make sure, because I have been gone for quite a while. Okay, let's go to Michigan. Which is not responding. Cool, so we're probably going to lose this radar here. Well, I turned back my Wi-Fi on. Did it close out? No. Okay. We're watching this one tornado warning here in Michigan as well. Tornadic rotation down here in this area. Yeah, I pretty much said it was on the ground in Muskogee. And then we're going to be watching this damaging wind here as it moves into the Detroit area. We're probably not going to be live much past 2 a.m. Central. Just because I do have school in the morning. Wow. I was intending to get you guys to the coverage last night, but that didn't pan out like I thought. I thought I was going to give you guys the stream, but we are watching this whole line here for the threat of tornadoes with this swear warning. I do expect them to cancel the warning. It's and make a new warning for Bellevue, Ovlet areas. Let's go back to Tulsa, where we do have another rotation just tighten up here. We're watching this whole line as it moves to the Fort Smith radar. Back. It would not surprise me if we have a tornado in Park Hill. That is a really concerning signature coming from Park Hill area for the potential of a tornado right there, actually. Let's go to Michigan, though. We still have that tornado warning for Berry County. And this is what we've been watching. We've been watching this area more than Oklahoma, really. Oklahoma. So, the thing about Oklahoma, we thought if we could see discrete supercells, that's your better tornado threat. But I was kind of forgetting we have QLCS tornadoes more often than not. And Oklahoma does tornadoing very well. And QLCS. Again, I do expect the new tornado warning for this rotation here, though. Coming towards Bellevue, Ovlet. I'm pretty sure we have a jurisdictional issue as well. Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids. You guys can hear some of that thunder going on right now. Yeah, Grand Rapids. Okay, so we don't have a jurisdictional, so that's good. So I'd expect that tornado warning. Kind of in this area here for that rotation. And along this whole line, I'm watching the south of Vicksburg. It is clear air right now. My computer is glitching out like crazy. So let's go to Tulsa. The Park Hill tornado warning, where I do genuinely think we had a very brief tornado associated with that. It is kind of broadened out just a bit, which is really good news. So we're still seeing rotation right over Park Hill, heading towards Welling, Briggs, Eldon, Tahlequah. It's going to be South Tahlequah here. That we're watching closely. I'm also maintaining eye on the northern tornado warning in Michigan. That's last you'll hear my NOAA weather radio. The last time you guys heard it is the last time it'll go off. So I chase really local, which is the beauty. When did I leave setup? We'll check all that later. I'm sorry guys if my coverage today hasn't been the best. I chased a little bit. I do want to kind of play this out really quickly. Never mind. I'm still watching this area very closely. Let's go back up to Michigan though. We're going to exit out of that radar and we're going to move this radar. See this. Here. Get rid of this radar. That radar's not updating. Get rid of it. We're not watching Chicago anymore. We do have rain in that area. And then Oklahoma City, I'm done with this radar. So I'm going through and clearing stuff, so it looks better for stream. That way we're not lagging out. We are about 30 minutes from the top of the hour, which means we will be officially at April 15th. We're probably going to go into the new SPC Day 1, just because I have some curiosities. But, you know. Okay, they did cancel that Michigan tornado warning. A lot of footage I have to go through. And you see again that tornado threat really kind of just dampening down as we go throughout the night here. So these are only warnings. Zeb, you guys come out. Keys, Priet, Pettit, you guys can also come out of your tornado safe place as this moves towards Weldon and Christie. Welling. Eldon and Christie. Eldon, you needed to be in your tornado safe place yesterday when this tornado warning was first issued. Now it is time to be. Go ahead and stay there. Um, so 4 hour and 22 minute for the severe thunderstorm watch for me. And there you go. This is the last tornado warning that we have active right now. Which this does include the Welling, Eldon, Christie area. Welling, you guys stay in your safe place for another 5 minutes and you guys will be good to come out. This has been an insane night for me, chase perspective, chasing wise. I'm starting to round down things. So, at this point, this is our only tornado warning. So let's also go to Michigan, which again, we're watching this whole line really closely. We're actually about to switch because this is moving into Detroit. I personally don't expect to cover this much longer than about 8 hours, 9 hours tonight. I mean, I do have school tomorrow, so. And you guys kind of got to see the behind the forecast stuff. I also have to forecast tomorrow, which is such an astronomically horrible forecast to make. For so many reasons. I did not think I'd be getting a storm chase today, but it was possible. So I'm probably going to go ahead and get ready to do that. That way, because I want to do everything before the SPC does. Ah! No one's. Oh. So the forecast gets harder to make as time goes. Let's go back to Oklahoma, where we're dealing with this last tornado warning. So we're kind of watching this just pop. I do think that this tries to die off by about Christie. Christie, you needed to be near train site place yesterday as well. So this is our only tornado warning. And so, again, this is our only tornado warning active in the entire country. Surprisingly, and it expires in about 30 minutes. I do not see it staying for 30 minutes. 6 mile per hour on Mesonet. This is, again, trying to wrap up again. I do expect a tornado to possibly drop. That's your tornadic rotation. Let's move it off to northeast. And I keep zooming out on this area and really going into where I think we could see a tornado. This area here is not tornadic, nor will it be. You can, however, see tornadoes in this portion of the line, which is why I'm having a heavier focus on that area than anything. I do expect kind of a few up there. We're probably not going to go as long as I thought I would today. The tornado threat in Michigan, I will say, is dying rapidly. So I'm still watching this one rotation moving more east, and my music will not stop. It just like exits out of itself, and it's really annoying. Now, on to tomorrow. Can YouTube stop? You're in Tahlequah right now? Alright, let's go back to that storm. You're fine in Tahlequah. The tornadic stuff is past you. It is now moving towards Christie to the east of Eldon. Oh, Jacoby. Okay. I didn't know who you were, so I was trying to figure out. So I didn't know who you were. So you obviously know where I live. I just got done chasing it. There was a tornado in Muskogee. My aunt has no power, and they have multiple trees down. So we're watching this cell here, just this one tornado warning, and then whatever happens in Michigan. This area is in a better environment for tornadoes. It's struggling because of these little prefronts that are going to just merged into this area. And we're about to have to switch radars here on this to... yeah, you're at Job Corps right now. We got forced to go to the bathroom. You're getting one of my friends at the Job Corps here soon, so... And there's your new tornado warning, Westville, Rhea, Fayetteville. This tornado warning does go until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m., excuse me. Central Daylight Time. And this is for Adair County in Oklahoma, Benton and Washington counties in Arkansas. Fallon Pryor, or William Pryor. He goes by Fallon, though. Let's go ahead and take the storm motion from here, which will take it into Johnson in approximately 40 minutes. Fayetteville Metro, 30 minutes. Westville, you have less than 15 minutes. Go ahead and be in your trail safe place. Springdale, if it can last, 45 minutes to be on the dot. And probably once it gets to about right there, oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. No debris ball at this time, so Miss Pickens told you. No debris ball at this time as it heads towards Springdale. Let's go back up to Michigan. And then we're going to go to Nebraska briefly. Yeah, it just broadened out even more. And this is the same situation as Oklahoma. Which we're going to have to bring in a new radar, of course. DTX. Michigan. Well, this should be the right radar. Yep. Here's the warning, the new radar. Not a lot of rotation in these cells up here. Still watching this one spot, which we have been watching for the past, I don't know how long. It is broadening out a little bit, though. Alright, back to the tornado warning. Broadening out more, so it's starting to grow. It's going to be weakening a little bit as we go into this. But your tornadic rotation is here. We may have a secondary trying to form as well. Which, in these type of storms, it's not uncommon to see that. As these severe storms move towards the east let's go ahead and get a motion here. These are going to be moving east at 50 miles per hour. So again, dangerous situation if you are in Springdale, Fayetteville, kind of going off to the east. And then if you are north of Fort Smith to Missouri, essentially, that's where we're talking the greatest wind threat with this Oklahoma portion of the line. And I'm trying to confirm something I posted. Okay. It was the second one that upgraded. Again, tightening up once again in this area. This is the area we're watching the hardest right now. And then we're watching these up here in Michigan. However, they do not look too tornadic. We do have a mesoscale discussion I'm going to take a look at. It was issued 49 minutes ago. Embedded tornadoes. Okay. I know what it's for, so. This area has the best tornado potential, in my opinion, for this whole line. And that it's a low tornado threat. So we're not going to be spending too much time here, as we do have tornado warnings in Oklahoma. If you are, well, your severe threat is pretty well done. You could see a severe thunderstorm, especially with whatever's trying to do here. You could see that severe threat and a lot of rain. I wouldn't be surprised to be put under a flash flood warning today. But you know, that's how it is. I'm going to move Hastings, Nebraska. So we are seeing, excuse me, upscale growth. I didn't expect this to grow. We are going to move this to the Fort Smith radar, which will probably move me to Tulsa. No, Fort Smith? No, that's right. Just want to slide. It's in the sky like it's 2055. Oh yeah, this is much better. Well, we do have a little bit of rotation there as well. Definitely not looking as crazy as it is here on the TLX radar, which is only looking 1,000 foot up higher, 1,000 feet higher. Oh, you guys can tell it's getting intense right here. And that's what I was just pointing out as well, going towards Dutch Mills. That new tornado warning now encompasses pretty much all of Fayetteville, Johnson to the south. Essentially, you guys might as well be in your safe place. And we're going to go down here. This is what I was pointing out just a few ago. Trying not to drink that energy drink, but I'm going to have to. So we're just pointing that out, and there it is. That's your new tornado warning polygon. That is not something you want to see. We are so close to 6C, HRRR. We're currently at 5Z. So if you guys see me, I'm tired. Hopefully this can stop tornadoing by about Fayetteville, but it's still, this new tornado warning is Dutch Mills, West Fork, Greenland, Prairie Grove, and Lincoln, Elkins, and Durham. And this tornado warning goes until 12:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And that's your tornadic rotation. So let's go and get a storm track here. This is going to be moving really, really close to Fayetteville. Fayetteville, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place. Even though you're in Durham, you need to go ahead and stay in your safe place as well. Even though your tornado threat really isn't that high. Christy, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. Christy, Barron, Westville, you guys come out of your safe place. The tornado threat is past you. Oh, there goes that. Summers, Rhea, stay in your safe place. Fayetteville as well, you need to go ahead and stay in your safe place. As the storms move off to the east-northeast. We are watching, excuse me, we are watching this area that we're seeing these tornado warnings. Let's go back to where I just don't know why this isn't tornado warned. This will be near Ann Arbor in about an hour. If your northern portion of the line doesn't just go too far south too quickly. And then as we go to the Detroit radar, the storm has just overtook the radar. We're not seeing any reports of 60 mile per hour, and there's probably some mesonet stations in this area, which is really, really good news. And that's where your wind threat is at this time, to the back or to the west of that black line that I just drew, extending all the way from pretty much top of your screen all the way to the bottom of your screen. That is what we're watching really closely tonight. And it is April 15th. Alright, let's go back to our radar. I want to go ahead and probably lose Tulsa radar in about 30 minutes. Alright, let's get to the Fort Smith radar. We have better view on these tornado warnings. That and that is rotating. That is why these tornado warnings are in place right now for those two areas of rotation. Green's moving towards radar, which is to the south. Red's moving away, which is north. But when you have them that close together and that consistent for that period of time, you see that being called rotation. And we're not seeing indication that we have tornadic debris in the air, which is really good. Another area near Siloam Springs here, starting to rotate. I want to take a look at that on TLX, INX, not TLX. Weak rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if Tulsa does tornado warn that going towards Bentonville. It would not really play any surprise to me. So your warning would realistically and the Michigan is tornado warned. I'm sorry. Tornado warning this, please. PSA radar comes up. Get to the tornado warning. This does include the town of Coldwater. Coldwater, you are now under a tornado warning. It surprises me that that is honestly producing. It is producing a lot of... If you guys see that black line, that right there is... your tornado warning. Your tornadic storm in Michigan producing outflow. Very cool weather phenomena. Let's go back to Arkansas. Sorry, chaser incidents are happening, and I'm trying to... And that rotation died. And that's what happens. You'll see the rotations. Realistically, each one of these rotations really just died except this one. And that's what happens, especially with QLCS tornadoes, which is really good. So, excuse me, everyone. I think they dropped the southern tornado warning. Realistically, it's becoming out foey. More damaging wind than anything. On that southern tornado warning. We still have Michigan tornado warned. Tonight's going to be interesting because tomorrow we go at it again. Friday is going to be I think one of the more intense tornado outbreaks we see all year. I personally probably won't be able to stream because I have practice till 7. But after 7, we'll be here. And I will attempt to be streaming earlier than that. You guys won't hear my voice, obviously. I hate it when I can't stream or when I'm sick. They're going to have to extend this tornado warning towards Reading Frontier. You guys also have 15 minutes and less than 15 minutes. Go ahead, tornado shelter now. Yeah, that... all of these rotations realistically are dying off. It should be losing steam. I'm not worried about this area tornadoing because of the orientation of the line. So I'm not worried about that tornadoing there. The orientation of the line just does not support tornado warnings. And then as we come back to the south, we're watching... I just clicked that again. I'm getting tired. I am watching this rotation near Prairie Grove start to take off, which is a horrible sign. Friday looks to be one of the most significant tornado days we have seen pretty much all year. That's what it looks like at this time. I am tired. I'm gonna be dozing off in here, and I'm gonna have to do tonight. Let's see. Parasites, black holes, my size, a dream of you. So we're probably gonna go for another 15-20 minutes. I'm getting to the point where it's gonna be hard to continue, and my phone is bugging out. Let's get to this tornado warning though. It's just not looking as tornadic. It is still rotating like crazy, but nothing that screams tornado, tornado, tornado. YouTube music is really pissing me off. Which is what I use for my music. So this is stratiform rain. You have so much moisture, and the dry line is still far back, setting for tomorrow. Which I don't think I'll be live for tomorrow's tornado threat. I think I'm going to be chasing more than really just doing that. And so the stratiform rain is falling out ahead. I could see this tornado warning getting an extension towards Springdale. Yeah, less than 15 minutes. If they decide to go that route with you guys. I'm not 100% sold on them going that route with you guys. And so they are going to continue this tomorrow morning. There's the extension on tornado warning. And this goes until 45, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it till 45. Realistically. No, wrong account, buddy. I haven't used this account in like so long. Oh, 1 second. We're watching this area really intense here. Okay, let's go back to SRX radar. Or I do expect them to kind of cancel off the tornado threat here, realistically. But we're still watching closely on this storm. um, here's losing. So, you guys can tell the coverage is starting to let up. I'm tired. I'm done. Yeah, we're going to focus more on the tornado warning up here, which it's losing its steam as well as it moves to the south. I don't expect much more out of this tonight. I think this is where I'm going to end it for the sake of it still being good coverage. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I have school in the morning. I have to get up at probably 4. So like 4 hours of sleep. I don't want to run on nothing. I have an energy drink, but I hate ending on tornado warnings. But I don't think. I hope you guys understand. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am so sorry we're ending on a tornado warning. I am tired though. Stay weather aware tonight. Peace out.